Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It was a late Friday night, maybe around 3 a.m. or so, and I found myself sitting alone in my grandmother's house, feeling completely cut off from the rest of the world. The house was isolated, standing alone in the middle of miles of open fields, with cows lazily grazing in the distance. The nearest house was well out of walking distance, and the only company I had were the distant hums and clanking noises from the gas well nearby. My grandma was out of town for the weekend, and I had decided to take the opportunity to enjoy some peace and quiet, playing video games well into the night. Her house had been built decades ago, but the room I was in was a newer addition, tacked on at the far edge of the house. It was like an afterthought built on the side, so it jutted out at an odd angle. The room had one window that faced out toward the highway, and further still, the distant gas well. The window was covered with a mesh drape, enough to obscure a clear view, but not completely block out the outside world. The monitor on my desk cast a bright light that made it even harder to see outside at night, the glow from the screen reflecting against the mesh, making everything beyond the glass feel like a shadowy blur. I didn't mind it though. I was too absorbed in the game. I was playing loudly, getting lost in the game, and chatting away with friends in the voice chat, when out of nowhere I heard it. At first, it didn't register. My headphones were on tight, and I was fully immersed in the world of my game. But then I heard it again, a blood-curdling scream. It was sharp, like a woman running for her life, and it cut through the night air. My heart froze. I had a hard time processing what I had just heard. It wasn't something I could just ignore. I slid one ear free from my headset, holding my breath, straining to listen. "Hey guys, I think someone just screamed outside my window." "Hold on." I mumbled into the mic, my voice shaking a little. I sat still, the game forgotten, and listened intently. The house was deathly quiet, except for the soft wind rustling outside. I couldn't hear anything else over the rush of adrenaline. The scream hadn't been loud enough to be close, but it had felt so real, so terrifying, that I couldn't shake the feeling it was coming from just outside. But after a few minutes, I heard nothing, no voices, no footsteps, just the wind. I began to second-guess myself. I looked out the window but saw nothing, just the swaying trees in the wind. The darkness stretched out, endless and empty. The distant hum from the gas well was the only sound. It was probably nothing, I thought, my mind trying to convince me to calm down. Maybe it was just my imagination, or maybe I had heard something from far off, carried by the wind. I locked the doors out of habit and tried to return to the game, convincing myself it was a fluke, some animal, or just my overactive imagination playing tricks on me. But that's when the second sound came. Thud, thud, thud. The noise was low but unmistakable. It sounded like something heavy was being dropped onto a hollow floor, or like someone was walking across the roof, the heavy steps echoing through the house. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze, staring at the door behind me. Thud, thud, thud. The noise came again, this time louder and clearer, and my stomach twisted. My mind raced through all the possibilities, none of them good. Had I heard something before, and ignored it? Was there someone on the roof? The house was old, but the roof had always been sturdy. I had never heard sounds like this before. I spun my chair around slowly, facing the door that led to the rest of the house. It was quiet in the hallway beyond, the house completely still. The wind had picked up again outside, making the trees sway, but this was different. This sound was distinct, no wind, no leaves blowing. This was something else. Thud, thud, thud. I grabbed the knife I had in the drawer and the baseball bat from the corner of the room, trying to steady my shaking hands. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew I needed to be ready. The thuds continued, and they sounded like they were getting closer. Or maybe my nerves were playing tricks on me. Either way, I wasn't going to take any chances. The house was silent again, except for the gusting wind. I stood there, listening intently, every muscle in my body taut with fear. I had lived here for 2 years, and I knew every creak and groan of the house. I knew the sounds of the wind, the way it would rattle the windows. But this was something I had never heard before. It sounded like footsteps, heavy, slow footsteps, coming from above. But no one had been up on the roof. At least, I didn't think so. I kept hearing it, thud, 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 like someone walking around up there, trying to stay hidden, or maybe trying to get in. I kept listening, my hands still clutching the bat, my mind spinning. I didn't dare look out the window again. I didn't know what was out there, and I wasn't sure I wanted to know. After what felt like an eternity, I gathered the courage to leave the room. The hallway was dark and quiet, and the air felt colder than it should. My bare feet felt cold against the hardwood floors as I crept through the house, moving as quietly as I could, my heart hammering in my chest. The doors were all locked. I checked them all earlier that night. I knew the house was secure, but it didn't feel that way anymore. Thud, thud, thud. The noise came again, this time from somewhere near the side of the house. It wasn't on the roof anymore. It was closer, maybe even just outside the walls of the house. My blood ran cold, and my steps slowed as I neared the front door. I carefully opened it, just a crack, not wanting to expose myself to whatever was out there. I peered out into the darkness. Nothing. The wind was still blowing, the trees swaying in the moonlight. The distant hum of the gas well was there, as it always was. But then I heard it again, the unmistakable thud. It was coming from the side of the house, and now that I was outside, I could hear it clearly. The sound was metallic now, with a slight clang to it. I stepped outside, bat gripped tightly in my hand. I moved slowly toward the left side of the house, trying to see what was making the noise. I was tense, every nerve on edge, my breath coming in quick bursts. And then I saw it. There, against the wall of the house, was a metal vine trellis, swaying gently in the wind. It was loose, one of the metal posts had come out of the ground, and as the wind gusted, it was banging against the side of the house. The sound was coming from that. The trellis was hitting the wall with a perfect footstep-like rhythm, the metal clanging every time the wind pushed it. My heart was still racing, but now it was with a different feeling, embarrassment. The adrenaline that had surged through me moments before drained away, leaving me feeling stupid. I stood there for a while, just staring at the trellis, feeling the weight of the situation settle over me. It had been so real, so terrifying, but it had been nothing. Just the wind and the loose trellis. The scream I had heard earlier? I learned later that it was likely a vixen howl, the scream of a fox, which is eerily similar to a woman screaming. I had never heard it before, but it was just another animal sound. I felt like an idiot, standing there in the dark with a bat in my hand, my heart still pounding from the rush of fear. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the night had been too quiet for too long. The fact that I had let my imagination run wild in such an isolated place, surrounded by nothing but fields and cows, left me a little shaken. When I went back inside, I locked the door again, sat down at my desk, and tried to go back to my game. But the fear still lingered. I couldn't quite shake the feeling of being watched, of something being just a little too close, even though I knew there was nothing out there. I had to laugh at myself, but the silence of the house felt heavy. It was the kind of silence that only happens in places that are truly isolated. That night, I didn't sleep much. The wind continued to howl, and every creak of the house, every rustle of the trees, made me jump. I kept thinking about that scream, the thudding footsteps, and the way my imagination had taken over. It wasn't until the sun came up, and I could see the fields outside, that I finally began to feel at ease again. But for the rest of the weekend, I kept the doors locked, and I never stayed up that late again. I lived in a house that, at first glance, seemed like any other old home. It was in a historic neighborhood, one of those adorable, tree-lined streets that seemed like it came straight out of a postcard. The kind of place that has that old-world charm, and maybe a little too much character for its own good. The house was nearly a century old, with creaky wooden floors and a certain draft that never seemed to go away no matter how much we cranked up the heat. During my second and third years of college, I shared this house with 3 other people. The upstairs had 3 bedrooms and a single bathroom, while downstairs there was a den that had been converted into another bedroom. It wasn't much, but it was home for us. Outside, there was a detached garage that had been turned into the unofficial party spot for everyone who came through our house. Glow-in-the-dark paint, old pool tables, and a steady flow of beer pong made it the kind of place you didn't want to leave. But what we didn't know, or maybe we chose not to acknowledge, was that there was something off about that house. The first incident happened during the very first party we threw in the garage. We'd had a bunch of people over, just a typical college get-together with loud music, snacks, and of course colorful chalk to draw random nonsense on the workbench. Everyone was doodling, names, random sketches, just whatever came to mind. When the party ended, we went out to clean up the mess the next morning. As I walked into the garage to start sweeping up, something caught my eye. One of the chalk drawings stood out. It was a name, Angela, written in bold, capital letters, surrounded by a box, like someone had highlighted it. But here's the thing, nobody named Angela had been at the party. Nobody even knew an Angela. I asked everyone who had come, but no one knew who it could have been. It was like something had decided to leave their mark on our party. We laughed it off at first. I mean, it could have been some prankster from the party, right? But nobody could explain how or why it had been done. It felt off. Even my roommates didn't know what to make of it. But we chalked it up to just one of those weird things and moved on. It wasn't long before more strange things started happening. We had a big Friendsgiving dinner with about 15 people one evening, and things got even more bizarre. After dinner, I went into the kitchen to get a glass of water. The kitchen only had one way in and out, and everyone was sitting at the table in full view of it. I turned the tap off after filling my glass and went back to join everyone at the table. The instant I sat down, the water in the kitchen turned back on. Full blast. I got up and walked back into the kitchen. There was no one in there. The faucet was running, water splashing against the sink. I turned it off, and there was no explanation. It was just strange. Again, we shrugged it off, blaming it on the age of the house and maybe some faulty plumbing, but the timing of it didn't feel right. And the house was old, maybe old enough that things didn't work quite the way they were supposed to. But then things started happening to me personally. My room was on the second floor, and I had always called it Antarctica because it was always freezing cold, no matter what. It was like the cold air just sat in that room, and no amount of heat could chase it away. The rest of the house was warm, but not my room. The first time it happened, I figured it was just a draft or something, but as it got colder, I started getting a little uncomfortable. I bought a space heater to try and warm up the place. My friend carried it up for me, and when we plugged it in, something weird happened. The smoke detector went off. The heater hadn't even had a chance to warm up, and there was no smoke, no burning smell, just the alarm blaring. I took the battery out, and the alarm stopped. A week later, I tried to use the heater again. The exact same thing happened. The alarm went off immediately. I pulled the battery out and just left the heater on my desk. It never worked after that. I left it sitting there, cold and useless. Around the same time, I noticed something else strange. I walked into my closet one afternoon and stepped into a puddle. It wasn't a small puddle either. It was large, soaking my shag rug through and through. I panicked, assuming there was a leak in the roof. But when I checked the ceiling, everything was bone dry. No water was coming from above. I picked up the rug, thinking maybe something had spilled under it, but there was nothing. No glass, no bottle, nothing that could have caused a puddle that big. It didn't make sense. A few weeks later, my roommate had the same thing happen to her. She stepped into a giant puddle in her closet, but there was no explanation for it either. We checked the roof, the walls, nothing. The house was old, sure, but this was something else. It was as if the house itself had a mind of its own, doing things that didn't add up. One night, things got even stranger. A group of us were hanging out in the living room, playing board games and drinking, and one of the guys brought his dog along. The dog was usually mellow, just chilling and minding its business, but that night, something was different. We were all talking, having a good time, when out of nowhere, the dog shot up from the floor. It bolted between its owner's legs and stared into the far corner of the room, its fur standing on end. It just growled a low, deep growl, staring into that corner like something was there. And the weird part, our cat had been acting the same way. For hours, it would just sit in that corner, staring at it, occasionally hissing, and then running away. We always thought it was just the cat being a cat, but now I wasn't so sure. That night, after everyone left, I lay in bed, wondering if I was just imagining things. The dog's behavior, the cat's strange obsession with the corner, it all felt wrong. But I didn't know what to do with it. It didn't feel like something that could be easily explained. I tried doing some research to see if anything had happened in the house. Maybe someone had died or something tragic had occurred in the past. But I couldn't find anything. There was no record of anything out of the ordinary. By then, I had started to wonder if we were all just living in a house full of coincidences, or if something was actually going on. But the worst part of all was the feeling that I couldn't shake. the unease that settled into my bones every time I was alone in that house. I never believed in ghosts, at least not until I started living in that place. Now, I couldn't help but wonder, was it just an old house, or was there something more to it? Something we couldn't explain? As time passed, the weirdness didn't stop. It kept coming in waves, odd noises, things moving when no one was around, and the constant feeling of being watched. But I wasn't the only one who felt it. My roommates, all of them, started experiencing similar things. We all began to feel like we weren't alone in the house, like there was something or someone else in the room with us. We never found out what it was. There were no answers, no easy explanations. But the strange occurrences continued until the day I finally moved out. As I packed up and left, I took one last look at the house. It wasn't just the eerie feeling that lingered, it was something deeper. A kind of unsettling knowledge that something had been wrong in that house, something that none of us could explain. I'd never live in a place like that again, not after everything that had happened. And Angela? She was still there. Whatever she was, she had left her mark on us. Let me start off by saying I don't particularly believe in ghosts. I never have. I'm one of those people who chalks up eerie occurrences to coincidence, overactive imagination, or just plain bad luck. But there's one story from a road trip my family took that I still can't shake off. It's something that still gets brought up at family gatherings, and no matter how much time has passed, it always leaves the same knot in the pit of my stomach. It's the kind of story you tell with a little laugh at first, but the deeper you get into it, the harder it is to ignore the unsettling details. It was the summer of 2005, and my family, along with another family of friends, decided to take a road trip down to Myrtle Beach. We were a group of 10 in total, 2 parents, 3 kids in each family, and me, my younger brother, and sister. We were living in Canada at the time, so it was a long haul down south, and we made plenty of stops along the way to see the sights. It was the kind of trip we'd talked about for years, but never thought we'd actually take. The excitement of being on the road for so long was enough to overshadow any doubts. After a full day of sightseeing and eating greasy roadside food, we all agreed to pull over at a hotel for the night. The hotel we found was one of those chain places, a Best Western, or something like it. Nothing fancy, but it was just what we needed. We were all a bit tired, and since it was already getting late, we figured a good night's rest would be the best way to recharge. It wasn't a huge hotel. In fact, it sat on top of a big hill, pretty isolated from any other buildings. The only thing around was the major highway, which was a bit too far to be of much concern, but still visible from the windows. We were the only ones in the lobby when we checked in, so it had that almost eerie quietness to it. Still, we didn't think much of it. The hotel had a weird vibe, but nothing too out of the ordinary. We were just happy to be off the road and heading to bed. Our room wasn't anything special either. 2 beds, a single cot, and a small bathroom. I was sharing a bed with my sister, and my younger brother was in the cot at the foot of the bed. Our parents were in the other bed across from us, both of them already settling in. It wasn't ideal, but it worked. We were all tired, and no one had the energy to complain about anything. We didn't even bother turning on the TV or anything. We just climbed into bed, said goodnight, and the next thing I remember was waking up in the middle of the night. It was around 2 a.m., I think. I was still half asleep, groggy from the long day. I had shifted a little, getting comfortable, when I felt something. At first, I thought it was just my brother messing around, trying to mess with me like he usually does. I felt a soft pressure on the top of my foot, like someone had touched it. Without thinking, I kicked my foot out of reflex. I wasn't in the mood for his games, especially not when I was already half asleep. But then it happened again. This time, it wasn't just a gentle tap. It felt more like someone was actively grabbing my foot. The grip wasn't tight, but it was enough to wake me fully. I pulled my foot back, kicking it again, this time more forcefully. My brother was always messing with me, so I figured it was just him trying to freak me out. After all, it wouldn't have been the first time. I tried to roll over and go back to sleep, annoyed. But that's when the pulling started. At first, it was subtle, just a slight tug, like someone was gently pulling at my ankle. I could feel the sheets tugging around me, as if something was slowly trying to drag me out of bed. I shot up immediately, panicked. I threw my hands out to stop whatever was happening. I was ready to slap my brother, who I was certain was behind this, but when I turned to look at him, I froze. He was still sound asleep. His back was to us, facing the wall, completely unaware of what was happening. His breathing was slow and steady, no signs of him being awake at all. I called out his name, shaking him lightly, but there was no response. He didn't even stir. The reality of the situation started to hit me hard. I glanced over at my sister, who was sleeping next to me. I shook her awake, asking why she was messing with me. I was starting to get scared. This wasn't funny anymore. I told her that I was freaked out, that something was wrong. She mumbled something about not having done anything, that she wasn't touching me, and to stop freaking her out. She sounded half asleep, but even in her groggy state, she was confused by what I was saying. I turned to my brother again, waking him up more forcefully now. I asked him what he had done, if he had been messing around in the dark. He looked at me like I was crazy. "I haven't done anything," he said, his voice muffled from sleep. I could see the confusion on his face, and for a moment, it was like we were all trapped in this weird limbo. No one had an explanation, and the fear in the room was palpable. It felt suffocating, like the air was thick with something we couldn't see but could sense. The next few minutes felt like hours. We all sat up, staring at each other in complete silence. I don't know if it was just the shock of the situation, or if we were all trying to make sense of it, but none of us could move. My brother's cot creaked as he adjusted himself, but he stayed facing the wall, still unaware. My sister held my hand, and I could feel the tension in her grip. We were all too scared to sleep after that. No one wanted to go back to bed. The pull on my foot had stopped, but the feeling of dread hadn't gone away. It had settled in deep, like a cold weight pressing down on us all. We stayed huddled together under the covers, not saying much, just trying to make it through the night. The silence between us was deafening, but none of us could bring ourselves to speak. We were scared to even look around the room. My mind kept racing, trying to come up with a logical explanation, but nothing made sense. Eventually, the sky started to lighten, and I could hear the distant sound of cars on the highway outside. The morning was a welcome relief, but even then, I still couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The tension in the room lingered, even after we all got up and started packing our things. I could see the same unease in my parents' faces as they went about their business. My dad admitted that he had felt uneasy the whole time we were in that hotel, but he didn't want to say anything because he didn't want to scare us. He had chalked it up to just being overtired, but even now, I could see that he was bothered by the whole thing. The hotel had given him the creeps too. We didn't stay another minute after that. We packed our stuff quickly, checking out and heading straight for the car. I remember sitting in the back seat, staring out the window, trying to make sense of what had happened. But no matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't find any answers. The feeling of someone grabbing my foot, the pulling, the dread, it still felt real, like it had happened only minutes ago. We spent the rest of the trip without incident, but it was always there, that unease. Every time we stopped at a new hotel, I'd get this knot in my stomach, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. It was like that night was a one-off, an anomaly, but one that still creeps into my thoughts from time to time. I've never been able to explain what happened in that hotel room. My brother wasn't playing tricks on me, and my sister didn't mess with me either. We were all awake enough to know something wasn't right. There was no logical explanation, and the more I try to convince myself otherwise, the more I realize that I can't forget what happened. It's been years since that road trip, but that night still haunts me. And the truth is, I don't know what really happened. But whatever it was, it left a mark on all of us. Even now, when we talk about it, there's a hesitation in the air, like we're all thinking the same thing, but too afraid to say it out loud. We all left that hotel shaken, and it's a feeling none of us has been able to shake since. It was a dark, rainy evening when I was driving my friend home after a long, dusty day at the barn. I was 16 or 17, just old enough to feel the weight of responsibility when I was behind the wheel, but still a little too young to have the confidence I needed in certain situations. The rain kept coming down in a steady, cold drizzle, the windshield wipers barely keeping up with the wet blur of the road. I remember looking at the clock in my car. It was around 8:30 or 9 o'clock, maybe a bit later, but the night felt much darker than it should have. The heavy rain made everything look like it was underwater. The roads were slick and visibility was poor. My friend lived in a quiet, somewhat isolated area that was tucked away on the edge of a fancy housing development. Her house was at the very end of a long, narrow road that turned into gravel halfway down. It was a secluded place, the type of neighborhood where everyone knew each other, and you didn't expect to see anything out of the ordinary, especially not at night. The kind of place that felt safe, too safe maybe. It had that eerie, quiet calm that made you feel like everything was okay, until it wasn't. I remember approaching the turn onto her road. It was pitch black except for the dull glow from my headlights, and I slowed down as I reached the sharp left-hand turn. The road immediately became much narrower, and the gravel crunched beneath my tires as I made the turn. I wasn't worried. It wasn't unusual to drive this way, and the road wasn't exactly busy at night. But as soon as I crossed the intersection, everything shifted. Out of nowhere, two men jumped from the shadows. I still don't know where they came from. There were no other cars, no headlights, no sounds, just the two of them. They came at me so fast that my heart slammed into my ribs. One man lunged for the passenger side, and the other went straight for the driver's door, both of them reaching for the handles. Their movements were erratic, desperate. I could see the wild gleam in their eyes before they even got close, but there wasn't time to think. I slammed on the brakes, and panic surged through me. I barely had time to react. Without thinking, I slammed my foot down on the gas. The car shot forward, and I could feel the tires spinning in the rain as I peeled out of there. I swear I ran over one of their feet, but I didn't dare look back. I kept my foot pressed to the accelerator, the engine roaring in my ears, my eyes wide and locked ahead. The rearview mirror was useless, the rain blurring everything behind me. But my friend, who had been as frozen as I was, finally screamed, "They're chasing us." I could hear the panic in her voice, but I didn't look back. I couldn't. I was so focused on getting away that I didn't want to risk taking my eyes off the road. She said they were running after us for a few seconds, and then, just like that, they disappeared into the dark. My heart pounded in my chest as I drove the remaining stretch to her house. It felt like an eternity, but it was probably only a few minutes. I remember pulling into her driveway, the gravel crunching beneath the tires as I quickly parked. We didn't even say anything to each other at first, just sat there in the silence of the car, the rain still pattering against the roof. Her parents were in the living room, and when we told them what happened, they were quick to call the police. They said they'd drive through the area and then call us once they'd done a sweep. I was shaken, but I tried to calm myself down. The police assured us that everything would be fine. The area was safe, they said. Just an odd incident. It was only after I left her house that everything took a darker turn. I had to get home. My mom was expecting me, and by now I was already late. As I made my way down the long, private road that led out to the main street, I realized that I still hadn't texted her. I pulled over just at the end of my friend's driveway, not wanting to shine my headlights too directly into the house across the street. The house was dark, and I didn't want to disturb anyone, but I needed to let my mom know I was on my way. I turned off the headlights, dug out my phone, and texted my mom. My fingers fumbled as I typed out the message, and when I finished, I glanced up, thinking I could switch the lights back on and head home. But as I lifted my head, everything in me froze. Right in front of my car, standing maybe just a foot or two away from the bumper, was one of the men, the one who had lunged at my door. He was standing perfectly still, his face eerily lit by the faint glow from my dashboard. He wasn't moving, but he didn't need to. His grin stretched across his face like something out of a nightmare. It was wide, unsettling, and his eyes gleamed with a twisted, manic energy. He just stood there, staring at me, as if daring me to do something. Then slowly, like a deliberate taunt, he raised one hand and pointed directly at me, still grinning. It felt like the air went ice cold, and I could feel my stomach drop into my knees. I don't know if he mouthed anything. Maybe I found you, or maybe it was just my imagination, but I could swear he did. My entire body went rigid with fear. I didn't even think, just acted. I slammed the headlights back on, threw the car into reverse, and burned rubber, peeling out of there so fast I thought the car might fishtail. My heart was hammering in my chest as I slammed the door lock with my elbow, a wave of terror washing over me. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911 in a panic, my hands shaking uncontrollably as I spoke to the dispatcher. I don't even know what I told them. All I could say was that I was terrified, that the same guy who had tried to get into my car was now standing right in front of me, grinning and pointing. The dispatcher was calm, telling me to drive to the nearest gas station and wait for an officer. The drive felt like a blur, but I finally made it to the gas station, my hands trembling as I parked the car. An officer arrived shortly after, his patrol car's lights flashing in the darkness. I was hysterical by that point, barely able to tell him what happened. He was reassuring, asking me questions, trying to piece together what had happened. They took down my information, and I gave a detailed report. The officer said they would check the area again, but he didn't seem too concerned. He told me to go home, and that everything would be fine, but I never heard from the police again. For days, I couldn't shake the image of that man's face, of the way he had just stood there, so close to my car, with that sickening grin. It felt like a bad dream that I couldn't wake up from. I kept wondering if they had followed us the whole way back, if they had been waiting for me to let my guard down. And no matter how much I tried to convince myself that everything was fine, that it was just an isolated incident, I couldn't get rid of the feeling that something wasn't right. The rain and the darkness seemed to make it worse. Every time I drove through that area again, I was hyper-aware of my surroundings, even though I knew the odds of encountering them again were slim. But I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that they were still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the next opportunity. Over a decade has passed since that night, but even now, when I think back on it, my stomach knots. The memory of those faces, their cold grins, and the panic that hit me in the pit of my stomach never fades. And every time I pass that area again, I can't help but wonder if they're still out there, watching from the dark corners, waiting for someone else to drive by. It was one of those nights when everything felt calm, but the air was still thick with something off. It wasn't like I was looking for trouble or anything, but when you've lived in a house for as long as my cousin and I had, you get used to the little quirks that make a place feel unique. This house, though, well, this house was something else. It had its own vibe, like it was always hiding something just out of reach. My cousin and I were living together at the time, just the two of us in this creaky old house that used to be part of a bigger family farm, though the farm had been long abandoned. The house sat at the end of a long, winding dirt road. There was no one around for miles, just acres of empty land, wild grass, and old trees. The kind of place that gets quiet at night, too quiet. Anyway, the ghost stuff, the weird things happening around the house, started happening shortly after we moved in. At first, we didn't think much of it. You know, strange noises, things out of place, the usual weird stuff that happens when you're in an old house. But then one night, we had some friends over. We were all hanging out, drinking beer, having a good time when one of our friends, James, decided to move the recliner in the living room. When he picked it up, that's when it happened. Out of nowhere, we all heard a kid crying, like a real loud sob. It was so distinct, so clear, it made all of us freeze. And then, as soon as the recliner hit the floor again, the crying stopped. And that was when we heard it. A laugh. A high-pitched, innocent laugh, like a little kid. But here's the thing, there were no kids around. Not even close. We were all in our 20s, and the house hadn't been lived in by anyone else for years. We just looked at each other, stunned. After a few moments of silence, someone, probably me, joked, "Guess it's just Timmy." We all laughed it off, but somehow the name stuck. From that point on, we started calling whatever was making those noises Timmy. It became a weird little inside joke. But after that night, things started happening more frequently. It wasn't scary at first. At least, not to me and my cousin. Timmy would make his presence known every now and then. Things like the sound of footsteps in the hall when no one was there, or things moving on their own. There was one time when I was sitting at the kitchen table, and I swear I saw the shadow of a small child running through the living room. But it wasn't scary. Not at first. We kind of just got used to it, like it was part of the house. Then came that Friday night. It started off like any other. My cousin and I had been sitting in the kitchen, drinking a couple of beers, laughing and talking about nothing in particular. Our roommate, Mark, was on the couch watching TV in the living room. He wasn't really part of our conversation. We had just been talking about Timmy, the ghost, because we hadn't heard from him in a while. It felt kind of strange, not hearing the little things we had gotten used to. The footsteps, the creaks, the whispering in the walls. It was like Timmy had disappeared. I remember leaning back in my chair and saying, almost as a joke, "Man, I wonder if Timmy's still around. We haven't heard anything in days." My cousin nodded, but it was clear we didn't really expect anything to happen. We had made peace with it, you know? It was just part of living there. But then I did something stupid. I turned a beer bottle on its side, and put my hand on it. "Timmy," I said, trying to keep it light, "if you're real, spin this bottle." My cousin shot me a look, but I could tell he wasn't too worried. Nothing had ever happened to us, really. We just kind of brushed it off. But my cousin still gave me a warning glance, telling me to stop. But I didn't listen. I was waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. I sat there for a second, feeling a little stupid for even saying anything. We started laughing nervously, trying to play it off, when suddenly, out of nowhere, the doors in the house started slamming open. The front door, the bedroom doors, even the bathroom door. Every door in the house, just slamming open. The sound was so loud, so sudden, that it felt like the whole house was shaking. The front door was locked, too. I knew it had been latched before we sat down. But there it was, swinging wide open. And the sound didn't stop. It kept going. The bedroom doors all slammed open one after another. I don't even know how to explain it. It wasn't like wind or anything. It was something else. Mark jumped off the couch like he was shot out of a cannon. He leaped to the other couch in one swift motion, barely missing a beat. My cousin and I just stared at each other, wide-eyed, both of us frozen. We didn't know what to say. It felt like time had stopped. The sound of those doors slamming open was still echoing in our heads. For a moment, no one moved. We were all just looking around, trying to figure out what had just happened. Then Mark spoke, but it was more of a nervous murmur than anything coherent. "What the hell was that?" My cousin shook his head slowly. "That wasn't just a breeze. That wasn't just the wind." He was right. I could feel it too. That wasn't just something that could be explained away. We didn't say anything else for a while. There was nothing to say. It wasn't like we could explain it away anymore. I tried to make it a joke before, but after that, there was no denying that something was in the house. Something real. The rest of the night passed in silence. We didn't mention Timmy again. It wasn't that we were scared, but it was like we had been reminded of something. Something we had taken too lightly. We never taunted Timmy again. After that, things went back to normal, or as normal as things could be in that house. We still heard things now and then, but it was different. It was like Timmy had gotten his point across. The house was his space, not ours, and if we were going to live there, we had to respect that. I won't lie though. A part of me always wondered what would have happened if we hadn't stopped. If we had kept pushing, would it have gotten worse? Would Timmy have done something else to make his presence known? I don't know. I'm not sure I want to find out. But from that night on, the house was quieter. We still heard footsteps, still felt the occasional chill, but it was different. Timmy wasn't the same after that. And neither were we. There were a few more strange occurrences, things I still can't explain. Like the time I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of a child giggling just outside my bedroom door. But after that night with the doors slamming open, it never felt the same. We never felt like we were being taunted again, just watched. The house had its own energy, and after that, we all started to respect it a little more. Eventually, we moved out. We didn't leave because of the ghost. It wasn't like that. But that house, that old farmhouse, was a place that got under your skin. And in the end, it felt like it was time to move on. I don't know what happened in that house before we lived there. Maybe Timmy was just a kid, maybe he was something else, but after everything, I don't think I'll ever be able to explain it completely. Some things are just not meant to be understood, and sometimes it's better that way. Senior year was supposed to be chill. I was coasting with decent grades, already had a couple college offers, and I wasn't too stressed about much. I was a 6 feet 2 inches athlete, broad-shouldered, and people didn't really mess with me. I had that kind of confidence where you walk down the street and people move out of your way. I didn't get scared easily. I don't think anything really had shaken me in a long time. But what happened during that school trip to Boston stuck with me. I've never been more unsettled in my life. It was a day trip, just a quick class outing to explore some of the historic spots, get lunch, and walk around Quincy Market. There were about 30 of us, and a few teachers chaperoning. Everything was normal at first. We had done the historical sites, taken a bunch of pictures like tourists, and eventually got cut loose to roam around the market area in groups. My friends and I split off and wandered the shops, mostly goofing around. We got some food, hit a souvenir place, and made plans to meet at the fountains later. About an hour in, I told them I needed to use the bathroom and split off. The public restrooms were in the building at the end of the market hall. I walked in, took a urinal, and was just minding my own business when I felt it, that prickly feeling on the back of your neck when someone's watching you. I glanced to the side and caught a glimpse of a guy by the sinks. He was drying his hands slowly, but he wasn't looking at the dryer. His head was angled just a bit to the left, like he was checking his reflection or something, but his eyes were clearly turned toward me. I finished up, walked over to the sinks, and started washing my hands. As I did, the guy passed behind me, which wasn't unusual, except he didn't leave the bathroom. Instead, he went back toward the urinals. I caught his movement in the mirror. He stepped up to the same urinal I had just used and stood there, but he wasn't using it. He was just standing, facing the wall, head turned again, eyes on me. I felt that adrenaline hit in my chest. Not panic, not yet. Just that tight, on-edge feeling when something doesn't sit right. I dried my hands and walked out of the bathroom. I turned down the hallway that led back into the main corridor of Quincy Market. I stopped for a second at the end of the hall, checked my reflection in the window of a store across from me, and there he was. He had come out of the bathroom maybe 10 seconds after me and was lingering at the hallway exit. He stood like he was deciding where to go, but I saw it again. His head turned slightly like he was looking at the crowd, but his eyes were fixed on me. I kept moving, trying not to let my body show anything. No speed change, no glance back. I walked straight into the crowd, into the busiest part of the market. My mind was going a mile a minute. I had excellent situational awareness, part of being an athlete, part of just being raised cautious. I knew how to check reflections, how to loop around and double back to confirm someone was behind me. And I knew the signs. This guy wasn't just being weird. He was tracking me. I walked the entire outer edge of the market building, looped around past the food trucks, then dipped into the crowd by the fountain. I paused at a window of a candy shop, pretending to check something out. I glanced at the reflection again. There he was, this time standing near a bench, head turned again, as if watching a family with kids playing nearby. But his eyes were unmistakably angled toward me. I started threading back inside the market building, this time weaving through people. I went from stall to stall, pretending to browse shirts and souvenirs. I saw him again, just inside the entrance, standing by a rack of scarves. His head was turned toward the scarves, but his body faced my direction. He wasn't trying to catch up to me. He was maintaining a certain distance, 10 to 15 feet away at all times. Not close enough to alarm anyone else. Just close enough to not lose me. I picked up the pace a bit and cut across to the other side of the building, stepping behind a big group of tourists who were all crowded around a food stand. I ducked down for a second, out of view, then moved quick toward a clothing store tucked along the side hallway. I slipped inside and made a beeline for the back, near the fitting rooms. The store was narrow and had only one way in or out. I stood near a rack of jackets, pretending to browse while keeping the mirror by the dressing room in view. A minute passed. Then two. Then I saw him. He stepped inside the store. Didn't even pretend to look at anything. His eyes swept the front, then down the aisle straight toward the back, toward me. I didn't wait. I dropped the jacket I had been pretending to look at, turned and crouched a bit, slipping behind a mannequin and darted for the exit. I moved fast and silent. As soon as I was out of the store, I cut into the heaviest crowd I could find and stayed moving, zigzagging across the plaza. Only after I was several turns deep through the market, again, did I risk a look back. He was gone. I took a long route back to the fountain and found my group. They were still laughing about some dumb t-shirt they saw, completely unaware anything had happened. I walked up to them, heart still racing but trying to act calm. I started telling them, quietly at first, what had just gone down. They were giving me weird looks like I was being paranoid, like maybe I misread the guy. That was when I saw him again. The crowd had thinned out for a second, and across the open plaza between the buildings, maybe 50 yards away, he appeared. Alone this time. No one else around him. He was walking slowly in my direction. Same tilted head. Same turned eyes. I felt my skin crawl. My heart started pounding again. I pointed straight at him and said loud enough for everyone in my group to hear. That's him. That's the guy who's been following me. His reaction was instant. His head snapped forward. His whole posture changed. That fake casual thing he had been doing dropped. He looked shocked, like he hadn't realized I had known all along. And then he bolted. He didn't just turn around and walk away. He ran. He took off toward the side street between two buildings, the direction I hadn't gone before. And just as he reached the corner, I heard it, a loud shout from behind us. There he is. Get him. 4 cops came out of nowhere, sprinting after him. Nutmal cops. Real officers. They moved fast, yelling for people to get out of the way. The guy hit the corner and kept going, straight toward an old beat-up van parked on the curb. The back doors were slightly open. The cops were fast, though. 2 of them split off and circled around. The guy almost made it to the van, one hand outstretched like he was going to jump in, but they tackled him before he got there. It was loud and chaotic for a second, people yelling, phones out recording, the guy on the ground with his arms behind his back. We stood frozen. One of the cops stayed behind after the others cuffed the guy and hauled him up. He spoke to a couple of the teachers, asking about who had seen what. My teacher gestured to me, and I explained everything, from the bathroom to the store. He listened closely, took notes. Then he thanked me and told me I had probably helped prevent something bad. I didn't press for details, but I remember what he said as he was leaving. You did the right thing staying in public. You kept your head. That probably saved you. Later we heard that the guy had been on some kind of watch list. There were reports of similar incidents in other cities. Always alone. Always targeting guys around my age. Always disappearing before anything could be done. This time they got him. It messed with me more than I thought it would. I've been in fights. I've dealt with threats before. But this was different. It was quiet. Creeping. It was the kind of danger that doesn't hit until it's too late. I kept replaying everything. The way he watched, how calculated it was, how careful he had been not to get close until the very end. For the rest of the trip, I stayed close to my group. I watched every shadow, every person walking a little too slow behind us. Even now, sometimes when I catch someone in a reflection watching a little too long, I get that jolt in my chest. That memory doesn't fade. That day in Boston reminded me that no matter how tall you are, no matter how strong you feel, real fear doesn't care. It creeps in quiet. And sometimes, it wears a face that looks just like anyone else's. I was somewhere around 12 or 13, somewhere in that awkward stage between childhood and adolescence, when this happened. My bedroom was a cozy space, small but comforting, with posters of bands and movies I liked plastered on the walls. The air always seemed a little colder than the rest of the house, but it didn't bother me much. I had a thick quilt my mom had sewn for me, and that usually kept me warm at night. My cat, a small, gray tabby named Smokey, often slept with me at the foot of the bed. I loved his presence, even if he wasn't the most affectionate cat. This particular night, I woke up around 1 or 2 a.m. I wasn't sure what had stirred me, but when I opened my eyes, the room was pitch dark. I could feel the cold air creeping in from the window, the chill brushing my skin despite being bundled under the covers. My room was quiet, aside from the soft hum of the house settling. Smokey was nestled at the foot of the bed, curled up and sleeping soundly. I shifted in bed, feeling an itch in my throat. I was tired, still half asleep, but the cold air made me uncomfortable. I moved my legs up slightly to make room for Smokey. I didn't mind him being near me, but sometimes he'd stretch out in his sleep, and I didn't want to accidentally push him off the bed. As soon as I moved my legs, I felt something shifting next to my feet. It was a soft movement, but it was enough to make me freeze for a moment. I thought maybe Smokey had shifted positions and was trying to get closer to my feet. It was a typical thing for him to do, especially when it was cold, so I didn't think much of it at first. I moved my legs up a little more, giving him space. But then, just a few seconds later, I felt it again, a soft, deliberate movement near my feet. I figured Smokey just really wanted to be closer, so I moved my legs again, closer to my chest this time. But the feeling didn't stop. It was still there, something moving, something brushing against my feet. But when I looked down, there was nothing. Nothing at all. I stared at the empty foot of the bed, my heart beginning to race. My cat was not there. I knew that for sure. If Smokey had moved, I would have heard him. His collar had a bell on it, and it always jingled when he walked. I'd even left the door slightly cracked open, so if he had left the room, I would have heard him exit. But there was nothing. No jingling, no rustling, just the eerie stillness of the room. I pulled the covers over my head, trying to block out whatever had just happened. I told myself it was nothing, that I had just imagined it, but the fear in my chest wouldn't go away. I had always been a little jumpy at night, but this was different. There was something about it that didn't sit right with me. I waited there, beneath the covers, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. My heart pounded in my chest, and every little sound felt amplified. The hum of the fridge in the kitchen, the creaking of the old house, the distant rustling of leaves outside. I couldn't relax. Every time I thought about pulling the covers down, I felt this gnawing sense of dread. And then it happened again. Something moved at the foot of my bed, brushing against my feet. This time, it was unmistakable. It wasn't a light, fleeting sensation like before. It was a more deliberate movement, like something was pressing into the mattress. I couldn't explain it. It felt like a weight was shifting near my feet, and I could almost feel the fabric of the bed shifting with it. I didn't know what to think anymore. Was it Smokey? Could he have moved without me hearing? No, I told myself. This was different. This was wrong. My legs shot up again, pulling my knees to my chest, and I hugged them tightly. My hands were shaking as I clutched my legs. I couldn't stop crying now. I was scared, truly scared, in a way I hadn't been before. It was more than just the feeling of something strange in the room. It was the certainty that I wasn't alone. I could feel it, deep in my bones. There was something in that room with me. Something that wasn't Smokey, something I couldn't explain. I stayed under the covers, my head pressed into the pillow, listening intently for any sound that might break the silence. But the room remained eerily still. I wanted to scream, to call for my parents, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I was paralyzed with fear, unsure of what I would even say. I was too scared to move, too scared to look. I just lay there, listening for anything that might give me a clue as to what was happening. Then once more I felt it, something brushed against my feet again. I couldn't stop myself. My heart was hammering in my chest as I slid out of bed, pulling the covers with me as I stood in a panic. I looked around the room in desperation, my eyes darting from corner to corner. But there was nothing. No movement. No sound. It was as if whatever had been there had vanished into thin air. But I knew it wasn't my imagination. I knew something had been moving, something I couldn't see. I could feel it in the pit of my stomach, that cold, sickening feeling that I wasn't alone. I don't remember when I finally fell back asleep, but when I woke up the next morning, I felt completely drained. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting a soft light through the blinds, but the terror from the night before still clung to me. My body felt heavy, my mind foggy. I didn't want to get up, but I knew I had to face the day. I didn't want to think about what had happened, but I couldn't shake it. I had to tell someone. I went to my dad, who was in the kitchen, making his usual coffee. I didn't know how to start the conversation, but I had to get it off my chest. He listened patiently as I explained what had happened, how I woke up and felt something moving near my feet. I told him how scared I was, how I felt like I wasn't alone in the room. When I finished, I expected him to dismiss it or brush it off, but he didn't. He paused for a moment, his face becoming serious. Then he told me something I hadn't expected. A few years ago, he and my mom had been sleeping in the same room when my dad had felt something strange, a presence beside him in bed. He thought it was my mom at first, but when he looked over, there was nothing there. He said it felt like someone had lain down beside him, and when he looked, there was no one. He told me it was one of the strangest feelings he'd ever experienced. Your grandfather died in that room, he told me quietly. Your mom and I think maybe it's him, or something else. He paused before continuing, almost as if he was reluctant to say the next part. We don't believe in spirits, but I think it might be a demon. That was the first time I'd heard him mention anything about demons. Growing up, my parents had always been Christian, but they never really talked about supernatural things. They focused more on faith and the teachings they believed in. But this was different. It wasn't something I could easily brush off. My dad had never been one to talk about things like that, so hearing him say it was unsettling. I didn't know what to believe. I wanted to dismiss it, to tell myself that it was all in my head, that I had imagined the whole thing. But the feeling, the sensation of something being there, still haunted me. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how afraid I had been, how real it had all felt. That night, I tried to sleep again, but it wasn't the same. I kept my legs tucked under the covers, my body curled up in a way that felt safe. I couldn't shake the unease, the lingering feeling that something was watching me, waiting. I knew I wasn't alone. Over the years, I've come to accept that I'll never really know what happened that night. Maybe it was just my imagination, running wild in the dead of night. Maybe it was something more, something I'm still not ready to understand. All I know is that whatever it was, it changed me. It made me more aware of the things I couldn't see, the things that lurked in the darkness just beyond reach. It made me question everything I thought I knew about the world. And to this day, I still find myself checking the corners of my room, listening for sounds in the dead of night, wondering if it will ever happen again. Because sometimes I can still feel it, something in the dark, just beyond the reach of my senses. It had been a long, quiet evening. My wife had left for her new job in the north that morning. She traveled a few times a week, and though I was used to being home alone, I never quite got used to the silence. It was always the little things that got to me, the creaks in the floorboards, the hum of the refrigerator, the random sounds from outside that I couldn't place. Tonight, though, I was fine. I had the apartment to myself, the TV was on, and I was just watching one of my favorite movies, Bad Boys 2. It wasn't anything new to me, but it was just the kind of mindless action film I could relax to. Once the movie ended, I stretched and glanced at the clock. It was getting late, so I decided to call it a night. I turned off the TV, set my phone on the nightstand, and climbed into bed. I always had trouble falling asleep, but tonight was different. My body was heavy, my mind was slow, and I could feel the pull of sleep creeping in. I had just gotten comfortable, lying on my stomach with my head buried in the pillow. I could hear the soft sounds of the apartment around me, the quiet buzzing of the air conditioning, and the distant hum of traffic from the street below. The sounds were comforting, familiar. It didn't take long before I was on the edge of sleep. My thoughts started to slip away, and I began to drift, caught between wakefulness and the deep, restful blackness of sleep. I wasn't fully asleep, though. I could still hear my surroundings, still feel the weight of my body on the bed, still aware of the world around me, just on the verge of slipping away. Then I heard it. At first, it was so faint that I thought I imagined it. A soft sound, something that didn't quite belong. I didn't move, unsure if it was a dream beginning to form or something more real. The sound came again, a subtle creak from the bedroom door. I didn't open my eyes immediately, not wanting to break the delicate balance of sleep and wakefulness. But the sound persisted, growing louder, like someone gently pushing the door open. It was then that I felt something shift in the air. A sudden, cold chill crawled down my spine. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It wasn't just the sound of the door opening. It was something else. Something off. Slowly, I turned my head, the slight movement making the world spin just a little bit. I wasn't fully awake, but I could still make out shapes and shadows. That's when I saw it. A face peering around the bedroom door. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, some leftover image from the movie I'd just watched. But no. It wasn't. It wasn't human. The face I saw wasn't like anything I'd ever seen before. It was wrong, distorted. A pale, twisted face with hollow, dark eyes and an expression that twisted into something evil, something vile. It wasn't just a face looking at me. It was like it was watching me, waiting for me to notice, its grin widening as if it were amused by my confusion. The grin wasn't playful or mischievous. It was sinister. It was the kind of grin you see in a nightmare. The kind that made you feel small, helpless, as if whatever was grinning at you wanted nothing more than to drag you down into darkness. I tried to scream, but my throat constricted, my voice lost in the fear that flooded my body. The moment I saw that face, something inside me snapped. My body jerked violently, a spasm that felt unnatural, as if my muscles had betrayed me. My hands reached out instinctively, grasping at the sheets, trying to pull myself up and away, but I couldn't. In one violent motion, my body twisted, and before I could even process what was happening, I felt myself fling off the bed. My side slammed into the dresser next to the bed, the sharp corner catching me in the ribs. Pain shot through me instantly, but it wasn't enough to stop the adrenaline from coursing through my veins. My head buzzed as I hit the floor with a hard thud. My body, still in shock, felt disconnected, like I wasn't fully in control. The world around me spun, my heart pounding in my chest like a drum. I didn't even have time to gather myself before I heard the sound of water splashing. Looking down, I saw that a cup of water on the dresser had tipped over when I hit it. The water poured down the side of the dresser and splashed across my chest. The coldness of it was the only thing that snapped me out of my terror. My hands instinctively shot out, grabbing the pistol from the nightstand next to the bed. I'd always kept it there for safety, but in that moment, I wasn't sure if I was really awake or still trapped in some nightmare. I flicked on the tactical light attached to the pistol and scanned the room, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The light cut through the darkness, bouncing off the walls and illuminating every corner. The door was shut. The face was gone. There was nothing but the quiet, nothing but the pounding of my heart in my ears. "Is anyone there?" I yelled, my voice shaking. I was desperate to hear something, anything, to prove that I wasn't losing my mind. But there was no answer. Just silence. I turned on the bedroom light, feeling the sweat on my skin, my pulse still racing. The room was empty, still, exactly as it should have been. But there was a strange stillness now, an unnatural calm. The dresser stood there, the water still dripping down the side, the cup knocked over from where I had slammed into it. I looked down at the floor, seeing that I had torn the drawer off the dresser when I fell. The front of it was broken in half, lying beside the dresser like some kind of broken, discarded piece of furniture. I didn't remember doing that. I reached down to touch the back of my leg, and that's when I felt the pain. A deep, stinging gash on the back of my thigh, right under my butt cheek. It was tender to the touch, and I winced as I probed it with my fingers. I must have hit the corner of the dresser when I fell. Blood was already starting to trickle out, soaking into the fabric of my shorts. But none of that mattered. My mind was still reeling from what I had just seen. I couldn't understand what had just happened. Was it a dream? A hallucination? Was I losing my mind? No, I couldn't be losing my mind. I had to be awake. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand and quickly checked the time. It was 3:47 a.m. I didn't know why, but something about the time made everything feel worse. It was too early to be fully awake, but too late to feel safe. I quickly checked the locks on all the doors and windows, even though I knew the apartment was secure. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. It felt like I was being watched. Even as I went through the motions of checking the apartment, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been in the room with me wasn't gone. I felt a presence, like someone or something was waiting just outside of my field of vision. After checking everything twice, I sat down on the couch, still holding my pistol. I didn't know what else to do. I had no idea what I had just experienced. There was nothing logical about it, nothing that made sense. The next day, I tried to tell myself it was just a night terror. I did some quick research, read about sleep paralysis, and found that what I had experienced was one of the more common forms of night terror. It was a horrifying thing to go through, but apparently, it wasn't all that uncommon. I tried to tell myself that, anyway, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that still lingered in my chest, the image of that twisted, grinning face flashing through my mind. It was something that didn't go away just because I found an explanation for it. The fear didn't dissipate. The unease didn't fade. I couldn't sleep for the rest of the week. Every creak, every shadow, every movement in the corner of my eye made my heart race. I couldn't even look at the dresser without feeling sick to my stomach. I eventually fixed the drawer, though it didn't really make a difference. It wasn't the drawer that had broken. It was something inside me that felt cracked, fractured. Whatever had happened that night, I couldn't explain it. I still don't understand it. But I know that I haven't experienced anything like it since, and I'm grateful for that. The fear, though, still lingers. It's there in the quiet moments when I'm alone, when my wife isn't home, when the apartment is still. There's something about the stillness that makes me wonder if that thing, whatever it was, is still out there. Watching, waiting. I try not to think about it, but sometimes, in the dead of night, I feel like I'm not quite alone. When I was younger, my dad had this thing about control. It wasn't anything obvious, but you could feel it. He would do small things, like checking the locks on doors more than necessary, or making sure the kitchen lights were always turned off exactly when we said we were done. But the one that really stuck with me was the way he'd come up to my room at night. I remember it vividly. It was one of those things that, at first, seemed like an annoying, harmless habit. I'd be in bed, trying to wind down after a long day at school, and then I'd hear the slow creak of the door to the hallway opening. The sound was always too quiet to catch at first, but then the soft padding of his feet would get closer. I knew it was him. He was always so methodical about it. He'd walk right up to my door, stand there, and listen. Sometimes, I'd hear him exhale softly, and then he'd just stand there. I could never figure out if he was waiting for something, or if he was just checking on me. I always pretended to be asleep, no matter how much I wasn't. I'd turn off everything, the TV, the lights, anything that might make it obvious I was still awake. It was like a game I played with myself, hoping I'd pass his test. If he caught me awake, I'd hear about it the next day. He'd give me that disapproving look and tell me I needed to stop staying up late, even though I wasn't really doing anything wrong. For a while, this was just the rhythm of my life. I'd hear him come home from his night shift, walk up to my door, and I'd turn off everything as quickly as I could, pretending to be asleep. But there was something that always struck me as odd. He never seemed to leave. After I'd convinced myself that I was safe, that I'd passed the test, I'd lay there in the dark, waiting for him to turn around and go back to his side of the house. But I never heard it. He'd just stand there in silence. I'd wonder if maybe he was still listening, or if he was standing there because he didn't want to wake me up. Sometimes, the silence would stretch on for what felt like forever. Eventually, I moved across the house to a room on the opposite side. My parents had rearranged the house, and I was now in the room closest to the back door. At first, it felt a little creepy to be so far from everyone, but I got used to it. I liked the feeling of having my own space, my own corner of the house. Still, I couldn't shake the sense that I was now somehow out of his reach, and that gave me a strange sense of freedom. But it wasn't all perfect. Every night, I would still hear him when he came home from work. The house was quiet, the night deep and still, but I could always hear him. The familiar sound of his work boots dragging along the wooden floors would echo in the hallway. Then, just like before, he would come up to my door. I would freeze waiting. I'd turn everything off, maybe even hold my breath, hoping he wouldn't notice anything out of the ordinary. The routine was the same as it always had been. He'd pause by my door and listen. I would pretend to be asleep, but there was something new that started to unsettle me, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. When I listened hard enough, I could tell that he never walked away. I remember one night, it was late, and I had just finished watching TV on my laptop when I heard those boots again. Hud, hud, hud. The unmistakable sound of him coming down the hallway. I immediately turned off the screen and pulled the covers over my head. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat as I tried to make myself as still as possible. The door to my room was slightly cracked open, just enough to hear his footsteps, but not enough for him to see me if he opened it. The heavy footsteps grew closer. I could practically hear his breathing, and I tried not to make any noise, any sound that might give me away. The door was too quiet, the house too still. I was just about to relax, thinking he would leave like he always did, when something happened. It was subtle at first, just a shift in the air, a change in the way the sound carried. I felt it before I heard it. The footsteps stopped, right outside my door. I froze in place, listening for the sounds of him walking away, but it didn't come. I held my breath, waiting for any hint of movement, but there was nothing. I don't know how long I stayed like that. A minute? 10. It felt like an eternity. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination. Maybe he had just gone to the bathroom or checked on something else in the house. But there was no sound of him moving away. Just silence. The silence stretched on, and my anxiety grew. Something fell off. I couldn't quite explain it, but I knew I wasn't imagining it. After what felt like an endless time, I finally, slowly, let out the breath I'd been holding in. I listened again, but it was still too quiet. No footsteps. No movement. I wanted to peek out, to open the door and see what was going on, but something in me told me not to. The last thing I wanted was to catch him in one of those moments where he thought I was doing something wrong. But this felt different. This felt like he wasn't there at all. The next morning, when I saw him, I didn't mention it. I didn't want to bring it up, didn't want to seem like I was losing my mind or being paranoid. But I couldn't shake that feeling, that sense that something wasn't right. A few years later, we switched sides of the house again, but this time it wasn't me who moved. My mom and dad decided to trade rooms, and they ended up on the side of the house closest to the hallway. My room was still on the far end of the house, with the back door. I was away at college at the time, so I didn't see it happen, but my mom told me about it one day, a few months after we'd moved around. She said it was late one night, and she was lying in bed next to my dad. She had her eyes closed, ready to sleep, when she heard it, the sound of heavy footsteps walking down the hall. She thought it was my dad getting up to check on something, maybe even going to the bathroom. But as the sound of the footsteps got closer, she felt something wasn't quite right. The steps were too loud, too heavy. They didn't sound like my dad's. They didn't sound like anyone she knew. The footsteps came right up to their door. My mom said she could hear them stopping, right outside. It wasn't until she waited in the dark, hoping it would go away, that the footsteps finally stopped. She waited for a moment, But then there was nothing. No sound, no movement. Just silence. That was it. She told my dad about it the next morning, but he didn't seem to think much of it. He just brushed it off. He said it was probably just the house settling. But my mom said it didn't feel like that. It felt different, like someone had been walking around. Someone who shouldn't have been there. We haven't heard the footsteps in a while, but that night stuck with me. After hearing my mom's story, I started thinking back on my own experiences, the times I'd heard those footsteps outside my door, the moments where I swore someone was standing there just waiting, watching. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't my dad. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe I was just paranoid. But every time I think back to that moment, to the footsteps that never seemed to leave, I can't shake the feeling that there was something else in that house. Something that wasn't supposed to be there. This is a story that started when I was just 16, a time when things were supposed to be simple, but for me, they were anything but that. I didn't have the easiest home life. My parents, well, they weren't exactly the picture of love and care. There was always tension in the air, like an electric charge just waiting to snap. They'd hurt me physically and emotionally for as long as I could remember. It wasn't just the occasional slap or harsh words either. It was constant, and the mental scars were the worst. Those moments when they would break you down, piece by piece, until you didn't know who you were anymore. It was suffocating, but I had learned to live with it, to bury the pain deep inside, until I could get out of that house. Then came him. It wasn't a typical situation, how we met. I mean, I wasn't the kind of person who had a ton of friends. I kept to myself most of the time, focusing on school, even though I hated it. The only class I hated more than all the others was math. And there he was, sitting next to me in that class, just as miserable as I was. I don't remember how we started talking, but we both agreed that math was the worst, and for some reason, that was enough to spark a bond between us. It wasn't like a deep friendship at first, more of a shared understanding of how bad things were. And that was enough. We'd help each other with assignments, skip class together, and just talk about random stuff. It was almost like a small escape from everything else in life. He was one of those people who seemed a little different, but in a way that didn't scream danger, just odd. He was into hacking, but not the kind of hacking that could land someone in serious trouble. At least, not the kind he showed me. He was more about breaking into systems, figuring out how things worked, and maybe playing a few pranks on people, but nothing malicious. What really stood out about him, though, was how he would talk about all these conspiracy theories. He wasn't obsessed with them, but he'd bring them up in a lighthearted way, like he was just passing on some strange little tidbit of knowledge that was fun to think about. Aliens, secret societies, government cover-ups. He believed in it all, but again, it was always with a smile and a sense of humor. I wasn't sure what to make of it, but it made him intriguing in a way. But then things at home started to get worse. The tension was unbearable. The things my parents were doing to me were no longer something I could pretend weren't happening. It was more than just the occasional yelling or physical punishment. It felt like I was suffocating under their control. I couldn't breathe. It was like living in a cage. I had to get out. I needed to escape. That's when I told him, my hacker friend, that I was leaving. I had arranged to stay with my boyfriend at the time, his mom's house, which was far away from my city, far from everything that was suffocating me. I didn't expect what came next. When I met him to tell him, his face changed. I'll never forget the way his expression went from casual to something else. His eyes widened, and his skin seemed to lose all its color. It was like he wasn't looking at me anymore, but through me. He grabbed my arm, and I remember how hard he held me. His fingers dug into my skin, and the pain was so sharp that it made me gasp. But it wasn't just the physical pain that scared me. It was the look in his eyes, something dark and desperate. "You can't leave," he said, his voice low and rough. "You're here for me. You're the indigo child. I need you to save me when all this madness ends. You can't leave. You're mine now." I had no idea what he was talking about. Indigo child. What the hell was that? None of this made sense. But it didn't matter. I didn't understand, but what I understood was that his grip was tight, and he wasn't letting me go. He shoved me to the ground, and I hit the pavement hard. The bruise that formed on my arm from where he grabbed me stayed for weeks, a constant reminder of how quickly things could change. I was scared, more scared than I had ever been. I managed to get up, promising I wouldn't leave, but I could tell he wasn't going to let this go. Not now. Not ever. I left quickly, heart pounding, but his eyes stayed with me, burning into my mind. That was the last time I saw him face to face, but it wasn't the last time I'd hear from him. I thought I was free. I thought that leaving the city meant leaving him behind. But he didn't stop. He found ways to contact me, calling, emailing, even sending letters. It didn't matter how many times I changed my phone number, my email, or even my computer. He was relentless. He didn't care how much time had passed. He didn't care that I had moved on, that I was in a safe place, far away from everything. He wouldn't let me go. I told my boyfriend about it. He was a big guy, over 6 feet tall, and not afraid to stand up for me. He didn't like it, not one bit. He didn't like that someone was harassing me, especially someone like him, someone who had once been so close to me, but now seemed like a completely different person. But despite everything, he never showed up. My boyfriend made sure of that. My hacker friend, as scary as he was, never had the guts to show up in person. Still, that didn't stop him. He kept calling, sending messages, making sure I knew he wasn't done with me. Years passed. I thought I could escape it all. I moved to a new city, started fresh, and tried to bury the past as far down as I could. But then, I had to go back. There was no avoiding it. My life led me back to that city, back to the place where it all started. And that's when he started again. At first, it was subtle. A missed call here and there. An email that seemed out of place, like he was just checking in. But it didn't take long before it escalated again. His messages became more intense, more urgent, like he was warning me about something, but I couldn't understand what. It was like he was still trying to pull me back into his world, into whatever delusion he had built up in his mind. I blocked him, changed everything again. But it didn't matter. He found new ways. He always found new ways. I was terrified, but I refused to let him control me. I was no longer that scared, helpless girl. I had a life now, a life that was mine, and I wasn't going to let him take it from me. I had to remind myself that I had fought hard to get here, that I had already been through so much, and that I would keep fighting. I never saw him in person again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was always just a step behind, lurking in the shadows, watching, waiting. I couldn't understand why he wouldn't let go. What was it that made him believe he had a claim over me? But I was stronger now, and as much as he tried, I wouldn't let him win. I wouldn't let him pull me back into his twisted world. In the end, I realized something. I wasn't his, and I never had been. I was my own person, and no matter how many years it took, no matter how many times he tried to reach out, I wouldn't let him define me. I was free, and that was the most powerful thing I could hold on to. I was just a child when I first heard the story, though even then I could tell it wasn't something my family liked to talk about much. It wasn't the sort of thing you'd hear around the dinner table, or even during one of those long nights when the grown-ups stayed up late talking while the kids pretended to sleep on couches or rugs nearby. It came out quiet and sudden, like something too heavy to carry around any longer. My mother told me, but she didn't linger on the details. Just the basics. Enough to stick in my head, enough to make me feel cold and confused and angry, even though it had happened long before I was born. It was about my great-grandmother, who grew up outside of Lytton, Iowa. That was back in the late 1800s, when most of Iowa was still in that hazy in-between stage of not quite wilderness, but not yet modern. You had towns, small and spaced out, little churches, and a few general stores here and there. But outside of those, everything was farmland and dirt roads and open skies that seemed endless. People lived off the land and depended on each other more than they trusted each other. Family was everything. Neighbors were close, but also not. You helped each other with the crops, traded for eggs and milk, borrowed tools, but you kept your eyes open and your mouth shut. People had their ways. You didn't question too much. My great-grandmother, I'll call her Clara, was born into that kind of life. Big family, lots of work, little time for nonsense. Kids didn't stay kids for long. As soon as you were old enough to carry a pail or sweep a floor, you were helping, and by the time you could walk a mile without complaint, you were probably doing chores that today would make some adults pause. Clara had seen more by the time she was 10 than I had at 20. That was just the way it was. When she was about 11 or 12, she was staying at home while her older brothers were off in the fields, and her parents were visiting someone sick in another township. There were no telephones in the house, and even if there had been, it wouldn't have mattered. You got help from whoever was closest, and sometimes that meant a child was the only one around. That night, a storm rolled in, one of those long, black Midwestern storms that seemed to drag themselves across the whole sky. Rain pounding the windows, wind making the trees creak, and lightning turning everything white for a split second at a time. In the middle of all that, a neighbor came banging on the door. She was already soaked and red-faced, panting like she'd run a mile. She had 3 children at home, and she was about to give birth to a 4th. Her husband had gone into town and hadn't come back. Maybe he got stuck in the storm. Maybe he just figured the baby wouldn't come for a few more days. Either way, she was alone. Clara didn't hesitate. She followed the woman back to her house, which was a few fields away, and helped her inside. It was a simple, small farmhouse. Rough wooden floorboards, the smell of kerosene and damp wool, the heat of a fire burning low in the stove. The other children were asleep in one room, or maybe just hiding. Clara wasn't sure. All she knew was that the mother was in pain and needed help. So she helped. She had seen animals born, had watched women in her family care for one another after a birth. No one had taught her formally, but you picked up things fast when you had to. She boiled water. She found clean cloths. She held the woman's hand when it got bad, wiped her face, said little prayers to herself, even though she didn't think they would matter. Eventually, the baby came. It was alive, full of breath and movement, and seemed healthy. Clara felt a rush of something she couldn't name then. Relief, maybe. Pride. She had done something big. Helped with something important. The mother didn't smile or cry, though. She barely looked at the child. She just stared up at the ceiling, her breathing heavy but flat. After a while, she asked Clara to go get more linens. There were some kept in a closet on the other side of the house. Clara got up without question. It was still storming outside, the thunder shaking the walls, the lamps flickering. The hallway was narrow and cold. The closet was stuck and hard to open. She had to pull it hard and sort through what was inside, everything smelling like dust and old wood. She took her time, picking out the cleanest she could find, folding them neatly against her chest before heading back. When she returned, something had changed. The air felt stiller, like it does after lightning has struck too close. The baby was no longer moving. It was quiet, still. Clara stopped in her tracks and stared. The mother wasn't crying. She wasn't saying anything. Just sitting up a little, already wrapping the baby in one of the old cloths with slow, careful hands. Like she was cleaning up after a meal. Like it was a chore, nothing more. Clara said nothing. She couldn't. Her chest felt tight. She didn't understand at first, not fully. Babies died. It was common. They called it crib death, or failure to thrive, or sometimes they didn't call it anything at all. Just bad luck. Just something that happened. But this was different. Clara had only been gone a few minutes. The baby had been healthy. Alive. Warm. She knew what death looked like, and what it didn't. This was wrong. The mother wrapped the baby tighter, and placed it in a basket near the wall. She didn't cry. Didn't look away. Just said that Clara could go now. She didn't thank her. Didn't say much of anything. Clara left in the rain, walking fast and holding her breath until she got home. She told no one. What could she say? A child accusing a grieving mother of murder? No one would believe her. And even if they did, what would come of it? Nothing. There were no coroners out there. No autopsies. No one came to check. If a child died at birth, the family buried them. That was it. Babies died all the time. People accepted it. Clara didn't. Not this time. But she stayed silent. Years passed. Clara grew up. She married, had children of her own. Became a mother, then a grandmother, then a great-grandmother. She never forgot what happened, though she rarely spoke of it. My mother heard it once when she was young, maybe by accident, maybe because Clara had carried it too long and needed to let it out. My mother told me when I was about 15. I remember the feeling in my stomach as she spoke, the way the words settled in me like stones. It was so simple, so quiet, but it stayed with me. I asked my mother once if Clara ever saw that neighbor woman again. She said yes, many times. The woman lived a long life, had more children, and those children grew old. Clara never said anything, never accused. She watched the children grow, attended church with the family, waved at them in passing. Sometimes, when she was much older, she would sit silently and stare into the distance when one of those children walked by. My mother noticed it, but she didn't understand until later. The most disturbing part for me wasn't the act itself. It was how quiet it all was. No screaming, no violence. Just a moment, a choice, a calm decision made in silence. A new life snuffed out before it had even begun, and no one said a word. Clara went on to become quite successful for a while. At one point, she owned 9 farms. She was respected, known in the area, a tough woman who didn't flinch at much. But the depression came, and she lost it all. One by one, the farms slipped through her fingers. She ended her days in Lavinia, Iowa, which now is barely even a town. Just a spot on the road with a sign. No stores, no post office, just a few houses and empty fields. She died before I was born, but sometimes I feel like I know her better than some of the people I've met in real life. That story stayed with me, even though I never saw her face or heard her voice. I think about her sometimes, how young she was, how much she carried. It makes me wonder what else women back then kept inside. What things were buried not just in the ground, but in memory. The woman who ended her own child's life never faced justice. She was never questioned, never punished. Maybe she never even felt guilt. Maybe she did. I don't know. I never met her. But I met 2 of her surviving children once, when I was young. They were old then, white-haired and thin, sitting on folding chairs at a town gathering. They looked like any other old farmers. Quiet, weathered. I shook their hands, said polite things. I remember staring at their faces and wondering if they knew what their mother had done, if they ever suspected, if they remembered that stormy night and how it felt. Clara didn't tell them. She didn't tell anyone beyond the few in her family who heard it late in life. It wasn't about revenge. It wasn't about justice. It was just a memory that never left her. A piece of truth that she carried quietly to the end of her days. And now somehow I carry it too. It's strange how stories like that work. They stay alive in whispers, passed down when no one else is listening. Not because we want to remember them, but because forgetting would feel worse. Because if we forget, it might happen again. Because silence can be heavy, but ignorance is heavier. Sometimes, when I'm driving through Iowa, I look out at the empty fields and think about how many stories are buried out there. Not just the ones in cemeteries, but the ones hidden in closets, in quiet rooms during storms, in the stillness that comes after something terrible has happened. And I think about Clara, that small girl standing in the rain, holding folded linens, too young to understand all of it, but old enough to know that what she saw was wrong, old enough to remember it for the rest of her life. I grew up in this old apartment complex that sat kind of tucked away behind a row of fast food joints and a big grocery store. The buildings were these worn-out 2-story blocks, lined up in a horseshoe shape around a big, cracked concrete courtyard that had this half-circle path cutting through the middle. Most of the time it just looked like nothing special, just where kids rode their bikes or people walked their dogs. But back then it was everything to me and my cousin. That middle section was our world during the summer. She and I were really close growing up, more like siblings than cousins. She was just 1 month older than me, and it was one of those things we always teased each other about, even if it didn't really mean anything. That summer, I was 7 and she had just turned 8, and she'd come over to stay at our place for a few days. I was excited because we always had the best time when she came over. We'd spend hours outside until the sun went down, sometimes barefoot, sometimes with scabby knees, riding scooters, drawing with chalk, collecting bugs in jars we weren't supposed to use. It was hot that summer, the kind of heat that makes the pavement smell like rubber and makes your shirt stick to your back. Everything seemed slower. I remember the way the cicadas screamed from the trees and how the AC inside barely did anything except blow warm air. We stayed outside as much as we could, only going in for water or to cool off before heading out again. Our favorite spot was the curved sidewalk that made that half circle in the middle of the apartment buildings. We used to pretend it was a racetrack or a stage or whatever we felt like that day. It felt kind of hidden, surrounded by the buildings, like a secret place even though everyone could see it. That afternoon started like any other. We had finished some melted popsicles on the steps outside and then decided to go play in the circle. I remember the air smelled like cut grass and car exhaust, and my flip-flops slapped against the sidewalk as we made our way down the concrete steps. The sun was beating down, and the metal handrail burned my hand when I touched it by accident. We had to walk across the parking lot to get to the half circle, and I remember we passed the row of mailboxes and the big green dumpster that always stank like rotting fruit. That's when we first noticed the van. It didn't pull in fast or anything. It just kind of drifted in through the entrance, slow and quiet. At first I didn't think anything about it. It looked like one of those beat-up maintenance vans. You know the type, white with no windows in the back, a little dirty, maybe some faded writing on the side. It rolled in and stayed behind us for a bit. We weren't walking fast, and the van didn't speed past or anything, just sort of stayed back there. I figured it was someone going to fix something. We saw maintenance guys all the time, coming around to fix busted AC units or leaky pipes. So I didn't say anything, and I don't think she did either. We just kept walking, kicking pebbles, and talking about whatever random thing we were into at the time, probably bugs or cartoons or something dumb like that. We made it to the half circle, and we started doing what we always did, running around, jumping on cracks in the sidewalk, pretending they were lava or something. The cicadas were still screaming, and someone had left a broken scooter by the side, the back wheel spinning slowly like it had just been dropped. There was trash blowing across the path, a plastic grocery bag, a crushed soda can. Then I realized the van had followed us all the way to the circle and had stopped. That's when I started to feel weird about it. It parked just off the side, kind of angled like it hadn't pulled into a proper spot. It was maybe 20 or 30 feet away. The engine cut off, but nobody got out at first. I tried not to stare, but I could feel it sitting there, just idling before it shut off. I glanced at my cousin, and she was looking at it too, just kind of squinting at it out of the corner of her eye. Neither of us said anything. We didn't need to. We kept playing, but slower now. I remember I was pretending to balance on the edge of the sidewalk like it was a tightrope, arms out, but I kept looking over at the van. I couldn't see who was in it. The front windows were tinted just enough to make it hard to tell if someone was watching us. Then the driver's side door creaked open. I don't remember hearing it so much as seeing it, this slow, deliberate motion like whoever was inside was trying not to make noise. The man who stepped out was tall, wearing dark clothes that didn't look like a maintenance uniform. His face looked weirdly blank, like he wasn't in a rush, like he had all the time in the world. The second he stepped onto the pavement, my whole body locked up. My cousin was already running. I saw her blur past me out of the corner of my eye, heading in the opposite direction from where we came. My brain caught up just after, and I bolted too, straight ahead, through the grass, not even thinking, just running as fast as I could. I remember how dry my mouth felt, like all the spit had just disappeared. My flip-flops nearly flew off, and I barely kept them on. My feet hit the pavement hard, then dirt, then more pavement. I didn't look back. I couldn't. My ears felt full of blood, pounding, and my legs burned. I don't know how far I ran, but I remember diving behind the brick wall near the laundry room and crouching there, trying to make myself small. My chest was heaving, and I kept swallowing, trying not to cry. I peeked around the corner once, but I couldn't see the van. It was like it had disappeared. No sound, no engine, nothing. I stayed there for what felt like forever. Eventually, I came out slowly, half expecting someone to grab me. I didn't see my cousin anywhere, and I didn't go looking. I just walked back to our apartment, looking over my shoulder the whole time. I never told my parents. I don't know why. Maybe I was scared they wouldn't believe me, or that I'd get in trouble for going off to play without telling them. Or maybe I just didn't know how to say it. It felt too weird, too confusing. My cousin didn't bring it up either, not that day and not after. But from that day on, we didn't go back to that circle. Not once for the rest of that summer. We played closer to the buildings or inside. Even if we went out, we'd keep looking around like we were expecting that van to show up again. It never did, but the feeling stuck. That crawling fear in my stomach, the way the air changed when the man stepped out, the way my cousin didn't hesitate to run, it all stayed with me. Weeks passed, then the summer ended, and eventually I got older. I started playing in other parts of the complex again, slowly at first. But I never set foot in that half circle again. Not really. I'd walk past it sometimes, but I'd feel that pressure on my chest like I was back there, frozen in place, watching that van door swing open. Eventually, we moved. I don't remember the exact day we left, but I remember riding in the back seat of the car, looking out the window as the buildings disappeared behind us. The apartment complex shrank in the distance, and I felt this weird mix of relief and sadness, like I was leaving a piece of myself behind, but also finally getting away from something that had always been waiting there, just around the corner. Now, when I think back on it, I know how close we came to something bad. We were just kids, playing in the summer heat, and some man decided we were worth following. I think about how easily things could have gone differently. If we hadn't noticed, if we'd kept playing for just a few more minutes, if we hadn't run. It's scary how small the decisions are that change everything. I still remember the color of that van. I remember the way the sun hit the metal, the small dent in the bumper, the way the tire tread left soft marks on the pavement. I remember the man's shoes, dark, worn, scuffed like he'd been walking for a long time. I never saw his face clearly. I think my brain just blocked it out, or maybe I never looked long enough. But I remember the shape of him, the way he moved, the way my cousin didn't even wait before she ran. I never asked her what she remembered. I think we both knew that bringing it up would only make it real again. We just let it sit there, unspoken, like some heavy object we'd both seen fall but never dared touch. Years later, I drove past the old complex by accident. I was visiting someone nearby, and I didn't even realize where I was until I saw the big green dumpster and the half-circle sidewalk still cracked and faded. The buildings looked older than I remembered, the paint peeling, the stairs rusted, the grass patchy. The van wasn't there. Of course it wasn't. But for a second, I saw the shadow of it in my head, parked at the edge, waiting. I didn't stop. I just kept driving. That place is part of who I am, but I don't miss it. I don't want to go back. Some places stay frozen in time for a reason, and that sidewalk, that van, that day, it all belongs to a summer that ended differently than it could have. We got away. That's all that matters. I met her online a few years ago. It was through a random app where people could meet and chat. I don't know why I stuck with it, but there was something about her that made me want to talk to her. She wasn't the type to share much at first, but we bonded over time. She seemed distant at times, and I thought she was just shy. But after talking every day for months, I felt like I knew her. She told me her name was Alicia. One afternoon, I was talking to her on the phone. It was an ordinary conversation at first. The kind where we talked about our day, shared some jokes, and casually exchanged thoughts. But then things took a strange turn. I was listening to her talk, and then there was silence for a moment. I heard something in the background, like muffled voices, but it wasn't clear. Then I heard her voice again, but this time it was different, faint, almost panicked. "No, I won't hang up the phone," she said. I thought maybe she was just trying to say goodbye or something. But then I heard a voice I didn't recognize. It was a man's voice. He sounded distant, like he was speaking from far away, but I could make out one sentence. "Don't touch me," she said, her voice shaking, like she was trying to fight something or someone off. Then there was more silence, but it was broken by the sound of the phone disconnecting. My heart stopped for a second. I stared at the phone, not sure what had just happened. I tried calling her back, but no answer. I sent a few texts, hoping she would respond, but nothing. Then, just as I was about to call it a night, I received a text from her. The message didn't come from her number, though. It came from her iPod. It was strange because I knew she didn't have any other phone but the one I'd been texting with. The message was frantic, short, and chilling. "I'm in a car with some random person. He took my phone. Don't call the cops." I didn't know what to do. The message didn't make sense. I wanted to call the police, but she had specifically told me not to. My mind raced, trying to figure out what was going on. I wanted to believe that it was just a misunderstanding, but the fear in her message made me think otherwise. For the rest of that night, I kept checking my phone, hoping she'd text me again or pick up when I called. Hours went by without any sign of her. The next day, I still didn't hear from her, and I was getting worried. I didn't know what to do, but then finally, after what seemed like forever, she called. Her voice was barely recognizable. It was rough, raspy, like she had been screaming for hours. I could barely understand her at first, but she managed to get a few words out. "Hi, I'm at the hospital. Hi." "I was thrown out of the car," she said. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. She told me everything after that, but the details were fragmented. She said the guy had raped her, and then just threw her out of the moving car. She had to walk for miles with a broken leg to get any help. She was covered in bruises, her voice cracked from screaming, and the trauma of it all was clear in her shaky words. The hospital had treated her injuries, but the emotional scars were much harder to heal. I didn't know how to respond. I couldn't understand how someone could do that to her. My mind couldn't process it all at once. She was in pain, physically and emotionally, and there was nothing I could do. I told her I was sorry, and I promised her I'd always be there for her. But things didn't go back to normal after that. A few days later, I started noticing something strange. She would talk to me, but it wasn't always her. She would sleep talk sometimes, and when she did, she'd say things that sounded like she was reliving what happened to her in that car. She'd mention the man, say his name, and describe things in a way that made it sound like she was back in that moment. At first, I didn't think much of it. Trauma can do strange things to people, especially after something so awful happens. But as time passed, the sleep talking got worse. Sometimes she would say things like, "I don't want to go back. I don't want to see him again." And other times it was just a string of random words. It wasn't just that she was reliving the past. It was like she was trapped in it, unable to escape even in her sleep. Then, 2 weeks after she'd gotten out of the hospital, I got another text. This one wasn't from her. It was a strange message, asking if I had seen her. The message sounded like it was coming from her phone, but it was a weird, cryptic message, like someone else was using it again. The text said, "I went missing. Have you seen me?" I panicked. I called her immediately, desperate for some kind of answer. When she picked up, her voice sounded normal, but there was something off about it. She had no memory of what I was talking about. She didn't remember sending the text. She said she hadn't been missing at all. I felt like I was losing my mind. We talked for a while, and she assured me everything was fine. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. How could she have sent that message if she had no memory of it? How was she texting from her iPod without Wi-Fi or cell service? How could she have been missing and not remembered it? A few days later, she broke up with me. She said she couldn't handle a relationship, that everything was too much for her to deal with. I didn't understand. We had been through so much together, and now she was pushing me away. I respected her decision, though, and gave her the space she needed. But a few months later, I heard from her again. She seemed different. She was more herself, but there was still something off about her. We talked for a while, and I thought maybe things were going to get better between us. But then, out of nowhere, she dropped another bombshell on me. She told me she had Alzheimer's. She said it wasn't diagnosed yet, but she was forgetting things. Her memory was starting to fail her. It didn't make sense to me. She was so young, so full of life. How could she possibly have Alzheimer's? She was just in her early 20s. It didn't add up. Our conversations started to get even stranger. She'd talk about things that made no sense, things that didn't fit with our previous talks. She would switch topics randomly, saying things that were completely unrelated to what we were talking about before. It felt like I was talking to someone who wasn't the same person I'd gotten to know. I didn't know what was going on anymore. Was she really suffering from some kind of memory loss, or was there something else? Her behavior was becoming more and more unpredictable. Sometimes she seemed perfectly normal, and other times it was like she didn't even know who I was. Then one day, she stopped contacting me altogether. No texts, no calls, nothing. I tried reaching out, but it was like she had vanished again. I didn't know what had happened, but it felt like I was being ghosted, not just by her, but by whatever had happened to her in the first place. But there were still things that didn't make sense. She had told me her name was Alicia, but her Facebook had a different name, Emily. Why had she lied about her name? How had she texted me from her iPod without Wi-Fi? How had she gone missing without remembering it? And why did she suddenly claim to have Alzheimer's when she had been perfectly fine just a few months before? There were so many unanswered questions, so many things that didn't add up. I couldn't make sense of it. I kept thinking back to that night when she was in the car with some stranger. It was the only part of the story that felt real, but even that seemed distorted with time. Had it all been real, or had I just imagined some of it? I still don't know what happened to her. Maybe she was telling the truth, and maybe she wasn't. Maybe the girl I met online was just a stranger to me from the start. Maybe she was never who she said she was. I don't think I'll ever get the answers I need. The night was already pressing its limits, a cool, late summer evening, and the road stretched out ahead, dark and empty. The family friend, Sarah, had been driving for hours, her husband Dan beside her, and their daughter Mia in the back seat. They'd been to a family reunion about 30 miles out of town, and after a long night of food, laughter, and catching up, they decided to head back. It wasn't late, but Sarah felt the weight of the day pressing on her. A few drinks and the weariness of travel had made her mind feel heavier, and she just wanted to get back home. The highway they were on, Route 72, was desolate this time of night. It was a road they'd taken countless times, but it always felt longer when it was dark. The city lights were far behind them, and the town they lived in was still a good 30 minutes away. They hadn't passed another car for at least 15 minutes. Sarah had the window rolled down a crack, letting the cool air rush in, her fingers tapping on the steering wheel. Dan was quiet beside her, staring out the window as they moved through the long stretches of flat land and distant hills. The road was almost completely straight, stretching for miles in front of them with just a few ranch houses scattered around here and there. Nothing out of the ordinary. That's when Sarah saw him, standing off to the side of the road, barely visible at first. A figure in the distance, wearing a worn cowboy hat and a faded denim shirt. At first, she wasn't sure if she was just imagining it, but as they got closer, the figure became more distinct. "Pull over," she said, her voice soft but urgent. Dan blinked, looking out the window. "Huh, the guy on the side of the road," she said, pointing. "I think he needs a ride." Dan squinted ahead. There was a cowboy, maybe in his 40s, his face half hidden by his hat. He was standing still, just watching the car as it approached. There wasn't much else around, just the endless fields and the dark hills in the distance. "All right, if you want," Dan said, his voice casual, though there was an edge of skepticism to it. He slowed the car and pulled over, the gravel crunching beneath the tires as they stopped just a few feet away from the cowboy. Sarah rolled down the passenger side window, leaning her arm out. The cowboy's eyes flicked up at them, then down to the ground. His movements were slow, deliberate. He didn't look particularly threatening, but there was something unsettling about the way he stood there, like he was waiting for something. Or someone. "You need a ride?" Sarah called out, her voice a little louder now that they were stopped. The man gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. Without a word, the cowboy walked toward the car, his boots scraping lightly on the gravel. As he got closer, Sarah could see his face more clearly, a rough, weathered man with a day's worth of stubble and a tired look in his eyes. His skin was tanned from years under the sun, his clothes looked worn but sturdy. He was about average height, maybe a little taller than Dan. Dan leaned over to the other side of the car to unlock the back door. Sarah shifted in her seat to make room for him, and the cowboy climbed into the back, sitting with his back straight, but not speaking a word. They didn't even hear him get in. It was almost as if he had just materialized into the car. "Where you headed?" Sarah asked, trying to make conversation as she eased the car back onto the road. "Town," the cowboy muttered, his voice low and gravelly. He didn't elaborate, just gave a small nod, his eyes fixed ahead. Sarah exchanged a glance with Dan. It wasn't exactly a chatty ride, but she figured maybe he wasn't much for talking. She couldn't help but notice how quiet the cowboy was, how little he moved in the back seat. But then again, people were different out here in the country. Maybe he just didn't have much to say. They drove on in silence, the dark road stretching out ahead of them. Mia, who had been half asleep in the back, shifted and groaned softly as she adjusted her seat. Sarah glanced back for a second, checking on her daughter, but she quickly turned her attention back to the road. The air felt colder now, the heat of the day slipping away as they passed mile after mile of empty land. The car's headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the road and the occasional scrub of dry grass along the shoulder. That's when the cowboy finally spoke. "Hey, right here. Right here." His voice was loud enough to startle Sarah. She flinched, her heart skipping a beat. He wasn't looking at her or Dan. His eyes were fixed on something outside the window, just off the road, in the darkness. "Right here," he repeated, his finger pointing to the side of the road. Dan slowed the car to a stop. "What? Here?" "Yeah, right here," the cowboy insisted, still staring out the window. His finger was stiff, pointing sharply toward some invisible spot in the dark. It made Sarah's skin crawl a little. For a moment, nobody moved. Sarah exchanged another confused glance with Dan. What was this guy on about? There wasn't anything around, just more flat land and empty fields. No houses, no lights, nothing. "Are you sure?" Dan asked, his voice a little uneasy now. But the cowboy just stared, his fingers still pointed toward whatever he was seeing in the darkness. He didn't speak again. He just sat there, silent, waiting for the car to stop. Reluctantly, Dan pulled over. The tires crunched against the gravel, and Sarah's heart raced in her chest. She had no idea why, but the whole thing felt off, like something was about to happen, though she couldn't place why she felt that way. She glanced back at Mia, who was still mostly asleep, her head resting against the seat. The last thing Sarah wanted was to make this trip longer than it had to be, but the cowboy wasn't giving her much choice. The car came to a halt. The cowboy opened the door, and for a brief moment, Sarah thought he might say something more, but he didn't. He just climbed out of the car, his boots scraping against the gravel as he stepped out into the night. He didn't say anything as he closed the door behind him, just walked away, fading into the darkness like he'd never been there at all. Dan looked at Sarah. "What the hell? Didn't even say goodbye," she murmured, shaking her head. "I don't know," Dan replied. "This is strange, but he's gone now. Let's just get going." But as they started to drive again, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. She glanced at the rearview mirror and saw the cowboy's figure disappearing into the shadows, his movements slow and deliberate. They hadn't driven more than 4 miles when it happened. Dan's foot was still on the gas pedal when Sarah saw him again. The cowboy, standing by the side of the road, waving for a ride. "Holy shit," Mia screamed from the back, now wide awake. Sarah gasped, her breath catching in her throat. The cowboy was there again, standing exactly where they had left him, just a few miles down the road. "Dan, stop the car!" Sarah shouted, her voice shaking. "Stop the car now!" Dan slammed on the brakes, the car screeching as he swerved to the side of the road. The tires kicked up dust and gravel as they stopped abruptly. "What the hell?" Dan said, his voice rough with confusion and fear. "That's not possible. He was just. The cowboy was still standing there, just a few feet away from them now. His face was partially hidden in the shadows, but Sarah could see his figure clearly. He hadn't moved an inch. He just stood there, staring at them. Sarah's heart raced. "We need to go. Now." She wasn't sure how, but somehow, the cowboy had reappeared in front of them, as if he had never gotten out of the car at all. As if nothing had changed. "Get in the car," Sarah yelled, her voice frantic. Without another word, Dan threw the car into gear, and they sped off, tires screeching against the road as they turned back toward town. Mia was crying softly in the back, and Sarah could feel her hands trembling on the steering wheel. For the rest of the drive, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that something, was watching them. The darkness outside seemed to close in, the headlights from the car illuminating the empty road in front of them. They didn't stop again until they reached the safety of the town, where the lights felt like a small, welcome refuge from the unknown. They never saw the cowboy again. This happened when I was around 15 years old, and even now, thinking about it still gives me a weird, sinking feeling in my gut. It was Halloween, and I was at my friend William's house. He lived way out in the rural part of New York, where the houses were spaced out by acres of land, and thick woods stretched out behind most properties. William's backyard didn't just lead to some trees, it bordered an actual forest. The kind that stays dark even in the afternoon because of how thick the canopy is. The kind of forest where sounds travel funny and everything smells like wet earth and old bark. I'd been in those woods plenty of times, so had most of our friends. There was nothing strange about them, at least not until that night. There were 6 of us at William's place that day. Me, William, his older brother Jared, our friend Sebastian, and 3 girls we knew from school. I won't name them out of respect, but we were all pretty tight back then. Halloween landed on a weekend that year, so we'd been hanging out all day. We were doing what bored teenagers do, eating candy, watching old horror movies, laughing at stupid jump scares. Jared, who was a few years older than us and way taller and stronger than anyone else, was the kind of guy who'd always try to mess with you just for fun. He wasn't mean or anything, just liked getting a reaction out of people. When it started getting dark, and the woods behind the house started looking more like a wall of black than just a bunch of trees, he got that look in his eye, the one that meant he had an idea. He said he'd give anyone $100 if they walked into the woods and went to the old cabin and back. Now to explain, this old cabin wasn't some creepy abandoned house straight out of a movie. It was just a rundown place in the middle of the woods, probably built by hunters decades ago. Teenagers went there to drink, smoke, hook up, whatever. Everyone knew about it. It was maybe a 5-minute walk from the edge of the yard, just far enough in that you'd lose sight of the house and get surrounded by trees, but not so deep you could get lost. I'd been there a dozen times during the day. Even at dusk, it wasn't that scary. But on Halloween night, after hours of scary movies and sugar, and just that weird anxious energy teenagers get when they've been cooped up too long, none of us wanted to do it. We all just kind of looked at each other and laughed nervously, brushing it off. But Sebastian stood up. He always had this thing where he wanted to prove himself. He was the type of guy who'd jump off the roof into a pool just because someone said he wouldn't. So of course he took the challenge. He said, "Screw it," and went around to the back door. We all followed him to the backyard, standing in the cold October air, watching as he stepped into the woods with just the flashlight on his phone. His girlfriend was a little anxious about it, and I remember watching her cross her arms and bite at her lip. The rest of us were laughing, teasing him as he walked into the tree line, his light bouncing between the trees. We kept watching the little glow until it vanished between the branches. Then it was just dark. We waited. 5 minutes went by. We were all still kind of joking around, but there was this tension creeping in. It wasn't just that he was taking longer than expected. It was how still everything felt. The wind had stopped. No leaves rustling. No night sounds. Just a weird silence that hung around us like fog. His girlfriend started getting really uncomfortable and took out her phone to call him. She held it to her ear for a few seconds, then looked down. No answer. That got our attention. Jared tried to play it cool, saying maybe Sebastian dropped his phone or was trying to scare us, but you could tell he was starting to feel weird about it too. We waited another 5 minutes. Still nothing. That cabin wasn't that far. You could walk there, look around, and come back in under 10 minutes easy. So the fact that there was no sign of him, no noise, no light, no response, it started to feel wrong. Like really wrong. Finally, we decided to go in after him. Jared unlocked the gate on the back fence, the one they kept shut to keep animals out, and we started walking into the woods. William and Jared led the way, with the rest of us bunched up close behind them. I had a flashlight, and so did 2 of the girls. The trees closed around us quick, and within a few steps, the house was gone. It always felt a little spooky in those woods at night, but now it felt different. Not just creepy. It felt heavy, like the air itself was thicker, colder. We walked in silence. Nobody was cracking jokes anymore. Every crunch of leaves beneath our feet felt like it echoed too loud. I kept my flashlight moving across the trees, half expecting Sebastian to jump out from behind one to scare us. But there was nothing, just tree trunks and darkness. When we got to the cabin, it looked the same as always, falling apart, with graffiti all over the sides, a broken window near the front. It looked empty, quiet. We called out for him. No answer. His girlfriend called again, and that's when we heard the ringtone. It was faint, but close. We followed the sound and found his phone lying on the ground a few feet from the side of the cabin, screen cracked, flashlight still on. That's when the panic really hit. He wouldn't just drop his phone and leave. Not Sebastian. Not without telling someone. It felt like we'd stepped into a scene from one of the movies we'd just been laughing at a few hours earlier. Only now we weren't laughing. Jared picked up the phone and started looking around with a serious expression. We stood there, huddled together, trying to decide if we should call the cops, when I noticed something. Off to the right, between the trees, I saw movement. Just a shift in the shadows at first. Then it formed into something solid. A man, just standing there, watching us. He wasn't moving, just standing maybe 30 feet away, right at the edge of where our lights could reach. His face was in the shadows, and I couldn't make out any details. Just the outline of a man. Tall. Still. I blinked, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me, but he was still there. That's when I felt it, that cold jolt in my chest, like all the air had been knocked out of me. I whispered something, but it came out louder than I meant it to. Everyone turned to look where I was pointing. Then we all saw him. The moment our lights hit him directly, he moved. Fast. Way faster than I expected. He started running straight at us. No noise. No yelling. Just full speed through the woods. We all screamed. No plan, no coordination, we just ran. I don't remember the path we took. I don't remember who was in front or behind. All I remember was branches slapping my face, my heart slamming in my chest, and that raw, animal panic that takes over when your brain thinks you're about to die. I didn't stop until I was out of the woods. I burst into the backyard and nearly tripped over my own feet. Jared slammed the gate shut behind us and locked it without saying a word. We all ran into the house, breathless, shaking. And then we saw Sebastian. He was sitting on the couch, pale, eyes wide, staring at the floor. His girlfriend ran over to him, but he barely reacted. It took a minute for him to talk, and even then his voice was quiet and hoarse. He said he made it to the cabin fine, poked around a bit, and then saw someone standing behind the trees. At first, he thought it was Jared messing with him, so he laughed. But the guy didn't move, just stared. Then he started walking towards him. Slow at first, then fast. Sebastian ran. He said he dropped his phone without realizing it and cut through a different path to get back, hoping to loop around. He didn't know we'd gone in after him. That was the end of the night for us. No more jokes. No more games. We stayed in the living room with the lights on, not really talking. Everyone just kind of stared at the walls or their phones, trying to act like everything was fine. But it wasn't. Something about that guy, that moment, stuck with us. We never called the cops. I don't know why. Maybe we were scared they wouldn't believe us. Maybe we just wanted to forget it happened. Jared tried to say it was probably some messed up Halloween prank, some local creep trying to scare kids in the woods. He might have been right, but I never went back in those woods again. Not once. Even in daylight, even with other people, I couldn't do it. Every time I'd visit William's house and look out at those trees, I'd feel it again. That drop in my stomach, that weight in my chest, like something was still out there, watching. Years have gone by now. We all grew up, moved on, spread out across different towns. But that night never really left me. I still think about it when Halloween comes around, when I hear footsteps in the dark, when I walk past wooded trails on quiet evenings. I still don't know who that man was, what he wanted, or where he came from. All I know is that he was real, and that we were lucky. It didn't feel like a prank. It felt personal, like he wasn't trying to scare us, like he wanted to catch us. That's what haunts me the most. The thought that if we'd waited a few more minutes, gone a few feet deeper, or made one wrong move, one of us might not have come back. That night changed the way I look at the woods, and maybe that's the most terrifying part of it. Not the man himself, but the way something so familiar, somewhere I'd spent so much time, could turn so dangerous so fast. I don't tell this story much anymore. Most people wouldn't believe it, but every word of it happened. And every time I remember, I feel that same cold run through my veins. That same fear. That same sense that something saw me that night. Something that didn't care if I came back. That night felt like it would be a typical shift. Just another evening watching kids at the summer camp retreat. It was my second time volunteering there, and this time, I was with a few of my friends. We were all in our sophomore year of high school, and this was the perfect way to spend some summer evenings, right? Helping out, getting to hang out with friends, and being part of something bigger. The job seemed simple enough. Watch over the kids while the parents attended their assigned events. Nothing too hard, and nothing too strange. But of course, we didn't expect anything to happen. This particular house, the one we were assigned to, stood at the farthest point of the retreat site. It wasn't just a small cabin like the others. It was a full-sized house with 2 stories and a large porch. The others would joke that it was the haunted house on the property. Maybe it was because it was so far out, tucked against the trees at the edge of the camp. Or maybe it was because the only light out there was the porch light that barely reached past the front door. The darkness beyond it always felt thick and unsettling. My friends and I would laugh off the jokes, trying to convince ourselves that the stories about the house were just that, stories. We were teenagers, after all, and we didn't believe in ghost stories or anything like that. When we arrived, we were handed 5 kids to look after, 3 boys and 2 girls. The boys were loud, hyper, and kept running around, trying to mess with the girls while they were just trying to do their own thing. It wasn't an easy job, but it wasn't anything I hadn't handled before. For the first couple of hours, we kept the kids entertained, played some board games, and made sure they weren't getting into too much trouble. After all, it was a retreat for the parents, and we were there to make sure everyone had a good time. By around 9:30, the kids were getting tired, and one by one, they started heading upstairs to bed. The house was big, and the stairs creaked under their little feet as they climbed up to their rooms. We told them to settle down, to be quiet, and to try to fall asleep so we could relax a bit. Once we were sure they were tucked in, we collapsed onto the couches in the living room. There was something calming about the house when it was just us. The hum of the fridge in the corner, the faint rustling of leaves from outside, and the distant chatter of other groups at the retreat gave the place a strange kind of solitude. But there was something else too, a feeling I couldn't shake. The house felt lonely, like it had seen something. I couldn't explain it, but it wasn't just the fact that it was so far from everything else. There was an emptiness about it that made me uneasy. After about an hour of talking and laughing about random stuff, we all settled into a quiet moment. I was just about to start on a game of cards when we heard it, a loud sobbing sound from upstairs. It was sudden and cut through the silence like a sharp knife. It wasn't just one of the kids crying out in their sleep. This was something else. It was a real, heartbreaking cry, and it immediately made me feel a pang of concern. I got up quickly, motioning to the other girls to stay downstairs with the others while I checked on it. I knew who it was. It was one of the boys. It was Jacob, the youngest of the three. I hurried up the stairs, my feet hitting the creaky wooden steps, and knocked gently on his door before opening it. He was sitting up in his bed, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, sniffling. "Hey Jacob, what's wrong?" I asked softly as I approached him. I sat down on the edge of his bed and gently rubbed his back, trying to comfort him. He leaned into me, his face flushed with tears. I could feel his little body shivering slightly, like he had been crying for longer than I had known. I had a bad dream," he mumbled between sniffles, his voice small and shaky. I held him close, offering some comfort, whispering that everything was fine and that he was safe. Within minutes, his head was heavy against my shoulder, and I could feel his breathing slow. Jacob had fallen asleep again, his small body still in my arms. The other girls came up quietly, checking on the other kids. The two girls were already asleep, and the other boys were fine, tucked in under their covers. We all exchanged a relieved look and nodded, our nerves settling as we realized it was nothing to be too concerned about. I decided to just let Jacob sleep on my shoulder for a while longer. He looked peaceful again, and I didn't want to disturb him. After about 15 minutes, I stood up carefully, trying not to wake him. I walked out of the room, and the others followed me out into the hallway. We decided to check in on the girls, just to make sure they were all okay, too. The girls' room was at the far end of the hallway, and when we peeked inside, we saw the silhouette of the youngest girl, Emily. She was sitting upright in her bed, her back straight and her legs crossed, her face turned toward the window. The dim light from the hallway barely illuminated her figure, but it was enough to make me pause. I felt an immediate sense of discomfort. "Emily," I whispered, stepping into the room, my heart beating faster than I expected. She didn't respond at first. Instead, she just sat there, frozen, still as stone. Then, slowly, she turned her head toward us. Her eyes were wide, and her face, though not showing fear, seemed distant, like she was seeing something none of us could see. When she finally spoke, her voice was small, but it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "There's someone in the house," she whispered. The words hit me like a punch. The silence that followed felt deafening. I felt a cold wave of panic wash over me, and my mind scrambled for a rational explanation. Was she just half asleep? Was she having a nightmare, too? But there was no denying the unsettling way she said it. "There's someone in the house." I exchanged a quick glance with the other girls, and for a moment, none of us said a word. We just stared at Emily, trying to make sense of it. But as we did, I felt a shift in the atmosphere. The house, which had felt so strangely still before, now felt oppressive, like it was holding its breath. One of the girls, Lauren, was the first to snap out of the daze and speak up. "Emily, are you sure?" But Emily didn't answer. She just stared at us, her eyes wide, her breathing shallow. It wasn't like her at all. Emily had always been a brave little girl. She wasn't the type to be afraid of the dark or make up stories. And yet, here she was, sitting up in her bed, as still as if she were in a trance. The unease spread through all of us, but there was no way we were staying upstairs to investigate. We all backed out of the room slowly, trying not to make a sound, and huddled together at the top of the stairs. The house was silent except for the occasional creak of the floorboards, but the sense of something being wrong loomed heavy in the air. We gathered ourselves, trying to shake off the anxiety that had settled in our chests. We agreed to just stick together for the rest of the night. We weren't about to go running around the house in search of a ghost, or whatever was supposed to be in the house. We decided to head back downstairs, stay close, and not venture too far from each other. For the rest of the night, every sound, the wind rustling through the trees, the occasional tap against the windows, made us jump. We were on edge, not knowing whether it was just our nerves or if something else was actually out there. We didn't sleep much that night, if at all. Every time there was a creak or a rustle from upstairs, we would freeze, listening intently, hoping it was just the wind. But the longer the night stretched on, the more we couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. By morning, the sun had risen, and everything seemed much less ominous. The house felt like a completely different place in the daylight, and we breathed a little easier as we made breakfast for the kids. But there was still one question hanging over us. Had Emily really heard something, or had her imagination gotten the best of her in the dark? We never did figure that out. All I know is that after that night, I never looked at that house the same way again. When I was about 8 or 9, I used to spend most of my afternoons outside with the other neighborhood kids. We all lived in a quiet little cul-de-sac, just a loop of about 10 houses tucked away from the main road. The kind of place where every driveway had at least one bike tossed onto the grass, and someone's dog was always barking from a fenced backyard. Our parents all knew each other, so it felt safe, familiar. Everyone knew whose lawn you could cut across, which garages had soda in the extra fridge, and where all the best hiding spots were for games of tag or manhunt. That summer afternoon was one of those golden, lazy days where the heat pressed down just enough to make everything feel slow, but not enough to keep us inside. The sky was cloudless, the pavement was hot enough that we'd only walk on it barefoot if we were racing, and we'd already been out for hours doing whatever random stuff we could come up with. Someone, maybe it was Kyle or Jordan, had the idea to do a water gun fight. Not just some half-hearted backyard game, either. We were serious about it. Buckets for refills, designated team zones, a whole plan. Everyone ran home to grab their gear. My water gun was the best. Bright green and neon orange, longer than my arm, with a double pump handle and a shoulder strap. I'd begged for it the summer before and finally got it for my birthday. It could shoot a stream across a whole driveway if I angled it right. I'd left it on the porch that morning, but when we ran off to start the war prep, I forgot to grab it. Dumb, I know. I didn't realize until we were all crowded around my friend Sean's backyard, planning our teams and bragging about who had the most powerful blaster. I remembered, cursed under my breath, and told them I'd be right back. The walk from Sean's house to mine was just around the curve of the cul-de-sac, a minute or two tops. You could almost see my front porch from his backyard if you leaned far enough past the fence. His yard had one of those tall wooden fences that separated it from the forest that bordered the whole neighborhood on one side. Just beyond it, a narrow dirt path curved into the trees. It wasn't official or anything, but kids used it all the time, shortcutting between houses, building forts, exploring. We called it the secret trail, though every kid knew about it. It started right beside Sean's backyard and looped deeper into the woods behind a few other houses before connecting to an older utility road nobody really used. As I started walking back to my house, I remember it got a little quieter. The kind of quiet you only notice when you're alone. Everyone else had scattered or was still gathered at Sean's, and the buzz of energy from the game faded behind me. The sun was still high, casting long shadows on the sidewalk, and the air smelled like hot grass, plastic toys, and barbecue charcoal from somewhere down the street. I wasn't scared or anything, just in a hurry. Then, right when I passed the mouth of the trail that led into the forest, right by Sean's backyard fence, I saw a car parked in the grass. Not in a driveway, just kind of awkwardly off to the side, half in the shade of the trees. It wasn't one I recognized. Most of the parents in our neighborhood drove minivans or clean sedans. This one looked old. The kind of car that had probably once been red, but had faded into a dull, dusty rust color. The windows were tinted, and the whole thing had this grimy, forgotten look, like it hadn't been washed in months. You could see patches of dirt stuck around the wheel wells and a strip of dead leaves caught under the windshield wipers. Something about it felt off, like it didn't belong. Just as I slowed down to look at it, the driver's door opened and a man stepped out. He wasn't doing anything strange, just getting out of the car, but the way he moved stuck with me. Slow, like he didn't care who saw him. He wasn't old, maybe in his 30s or 40s, with a scruffy beard and messy clothes, faded jeans and a stained t-shirt that looked too big on him. His face was hard to see clearly from where I was, but something about him made my stomach tighten. He didn't look around, didn't wave, didn't acknowledge me at all. He reached back into the car and pulled out a dog on a thick leash. A big, muscular pit bull. Now, I've always liked dogs, but I was still a little kid, and I'd heard the stories. Some of the older kids in the neighborhood, especially Kyle, talked about how pit bulls were dangerous, how they could tear your arm off or snap your bones if they bit down. I don't know if any of that was true, but at that age, it was enough to make me freeze. The dog looked powerful. Short, shiny fur, wide chest, thick neck. It didn't bark or growl, just stood next to the man, its tongue hanging out slightly, eyes scanning the trail entrance like it already knew the path. The man didn't speak. He just started walking down the forest trail, holding the leash in one hand like he'd done it 100 times before. The dog trotted beside him, calm but alert. I stood still, my heart beating harder than it should have been. I didn't know why, but I had this weird instinct to wait. Just a minute. Something told me not to move yet. I stood there on the sidewalk, squinting after them as they disappeared into the trees. The dog's leash dragged along the dirt behind it with a faint scraping sound until they were gone. I waited a little longer than I needed to, then finally hurried back to my house. I found my water gun on the porch, still sitting where I left it, a bit warm from the sun. I slung it over my shoulder and started heading back, trying to shake the unease, telling myself it was just a guy walking his dog. Nothing weird about that, right? But when I got back to the trailhead, walking right in front of it to cut through Sean's side gate into the backyard, I stopped dead. The pit bull was there. Not the man, just the dog. It stood at the entrance to the trail, its chest rising and falling steadily, tongue still hanging out, leash dragging in the dirt behind it. But no owner in sight. No footsteps. No rustling in the brush. Just the dog. It hadn't seen me yet, or maybe it had and didn't care. It was sniffing around the edge of the path, like it had caught a scent. Its tail wasn't wagging. Its ears were pricked up. The leash looked heavy and frayed at the end, like it had been chewed or ripped loose. I didn't know what to do. I was right across from the gate, maybe 15 feet. I stood still for a second, staring at it, waiting to see if the man would come running after it, calling its name. Nothing. The trees behind it were still and quiet. Too quiet. That's when the dog turned its head and looked directly at me. My heart jumped. It didn't growl or bark, just stared, like it was sizing me up. I didn't wait any longer. I ran. I sprinted straight across the grass toward Sean's gate, what we called the secret back door, a panel of the wooden fence that opened inward with a rusted latch. I grabbed the latch, yanked it open, and slammed it shut behind me as fast as I could. My hand fumbled for the hook on the inside and latched it closed, heart hammering. The second I secured it, I turned and ran across the yard to where the others were still getting ready for the water fight, trying to catch my breath. I didn't say much at first, just told them I saw the pit bull again, without the guy, that it was loose. Everyone tensed a little. We were all just kids, and even though we liked to act tough, something about a big dog running around without a leash felt dangerous. One of the parents was called over, and they told us to stay in the yard and not go near the trail until someone checked it out. But nobody ever found the dog, or the man, or the car. That old red car was gone the next time I looked, vanished like it had never been there. I asked around, my parents, neighbors, even the mailman a few days later. No one remembered seeing a guy like that, or a dog like that, or any old car parked by the trail. It just wasn't there anymore. After that, I didn't use that forest path for a long time. Even though it was a shortcut, and we used to mess around in the woods, I always stuck to sidewalks after that. Something about the way that dog looked at me stuck with me. Not wild, not angry. Just still. Focused. Like it was waiting for something. If I'd been slower. If I dropped my water gun or tripped. If the gate had stuck or the latch had broken. Sometimes I wonder how far it got into the neighborhood before it vanished. If it found its way back to that man. Or if it had just kept walking until it got tired or bored. Or worse, nobody ever reported it. No animal control trucks, no warnings, no signs on the mailboxes. It was like it had slipped into our world for a moment and then disappeared. The game that day never really happened. After the dog scare, most of us just stayed close to the house, spraying each other with garden hoses instead. I remember my water gun felt heavier after that. I didn't even want to carry it anymore. It's weird how something that small, just a moment, can stick in your memory. No chase, no bites, no hero story. Just a look, a feeling, and the heavy silence of the woods. And that car, sitting like it had always belonged there, and then gone like smoke. I don't remember how old I was exactly. I only know I was young, too young to really understand what fear was, but old enough to remember exactly how it felt. This happened back in Monroeville, Pennsylvania, when my dad was in the army. We moved a lot back then. Different houses, different states, sometimes different schools. Everything always felt temporary, like we were just staying for a while before heading off somewhere else. But that one house, the one where this happened, stuck with me more than any other. My room was down at the end of the hall, kind of tucked away from everyone else. My parents' room was across the house, and my sister's was a little closer to mine, but still far enough that when things got quiet at night, it felt like I was the only one in the whole house. I liked having my own space back then, being able to arrange my toys or draw on the floor or just stare at the ceiling. But night was different, especially in that house. The room had this closet. No door, just an open rectangular space about as wide as a regular door. It went back deeper than you expected, and the light never really reached all the way in. Even in the daytime, the back of that closet always felt dark. I would tell my dad about the things I saw in there. Sometimes I'd point at it and say something was watching me. It creeped him out, I think, but he always brushed it off or told me to go back to sleep. After a while, I stopped bringing it up. That night, I woke up with the urge to pee. I was still at that age where I was trying to learn to control it, to make it to the bathroom in time and not wet the bed. My dad, being in the army, ran the house strict. He was a tall man, around 6 feet 3 inches, and he didn't tolerate accidents. If we messed up, we got the belt. Not often, but enough that you remembered not to screw up again. So when I woke up with that pressure in my belly, I knew I had to make a decision. Try to go back to sleep and risk it, or get up and head to the bathroom. While I was lying there thinking, I glanced around my room. Moonlight was coming in through the window. It must have been a full moon that night because I could see everything, not clearly, but enough to make out shapes. Shadows stretched across the walls. The furniture stood out in gray outlines. My closet, though, the closet was always the same, darker than it should have been. I could see inside it just enough to make out the edges. And he was there again. It was the same figure I'd seen before. A tall shadow, like a man wearing a hood or maybe a cloak. No face, just blackness. He stood there in the same position as always, not moving, not speaking, just watching. I don't know how I knew he was looking at me. He didn't have eyes, but I felt it. I knew. By then, I was used to seeing him. As strange as that sounds, he had become a part of the room in a way. Scary, yes, but familiar. I closed my eyes, rolled over, and tried to ignore it. Maybe if I pretended I didn't see him, he wouldn't do anything. That was always my plan. Shut my eyes and wait until sleep took me again. But sleep didn't come. The pressure in my stomach was worse. I lay there for a while, maybe 10 or 15 minutes, squirming and shifting. Eventually, I had no choice. I had to get up or face the consequences in the morning. I looked back at the closet. The shadow man was gone. At first, that felt like a good thing. Maybe he wasn't real. Maybe my mind had made him up. But then the fear really kicked in. If he wasn't there, where was he now? Was he hiding under the bed? Behind my door? In the hallway? My heart started racing, and I remember being covered in sweat even though the room was cool. I couldn't risk wetting the bed, though. That would be worse. So I came up with a plan. I figured if I moved fast enough, nothing could get me. Like how kids run up the stairs from the basement when the lights are off. If I just launched myself out of bed and made a beeline to the bathroom, I could do it without giving anything the chance to grab me. I counted down in my head, pretending to be asleep so nothing would expect me to move. Then I went for it. I threw off the blanket and ran. My feet hit the carpet, and I didn't even look around. I just sprinted straight for the door. The hallway was only a few steps away. The bathroom was directly across from my room. I could see it. The door was open, the toilet lit by the dim blue-gray light of the moon. But as I passed the doorway, right at the edge of my room, maybe one step into the hall, something stopped me. It didn't grab me. It didn't pull me back. It felt like I ran chest first into something solid. Not like a wall, though. A wall would have hit my whole body. This was just my upper chest, maybe my shoulders. Like a thick arm had stretched across the doorway and stopped me. It knocked the breath out of me for a second. I stumbled backward, scared out of my mind. I didn't wait to figure it out. I turned and ran straight back into my room, dove into bed, and pulled the blanket over my head. I stayed like that for what felt like forever. I was shaking. I thought for sure something was going to reach under the blanket and grab me. I even imagined fingers curling around the edge of the bed. But nothing happened. After about 10 minutes, I couldn't hold it anymore. I was sweating, breathing hard, and terrified, but I knew I had to try again. This time, I moved slower. I crept to the edge of the bed, stood up, and walked carefully to the door. I paused at the same spot I had hit whatever it was. I reached a hand out into the hall. Nothing, just air. I took a step, then another. I was out in the hallway now. The moonlight still lit everything just enough. I made it to the bathroom, did what I had to do, and then stood there, staring into the hallway. I didn't want to go back to bed. I didn't want to pass that spot again. But eventually I had to. So I ran for it, dove into bed again, and this time pulled the blanket up to my chin, eyes wide open. The rest of the night, I barely slept. I kept glancing toward the closet. The shadow never came back that night. The next morning, everything felt normal again. Sunlight came in through the window, warm and soft. I got dressed, ate cereal in the kitchen, and didn't say anything. I almost convinced myself it was a dream, but I remembered it too clearly. Every detail. The way my chest felt when I hit that invisible wall. The feeling of being watched. The way the air felt heavy. Even the way the shadows moved across my ceiling when I lay in bed afterward. I never forgot any of it. Years later, when I was older, I brought it up to my dad during a visit. He didn't remember me ever telling him, but he said I used to creep him out with the stuff I saw or talked about. I guess he figured it was just a kid's imagination, something I would grow out of. But I didn't. That night stuck with me, clear as day. I never saw that hooded figure again. Not like that. Not in that way. I never hit that invisible wall again either. It was just that one night. One experience. I never had sleep paralysis in my life, and I don't lucid dream. It wasn't a nightmare. I was awake. Fully awake. I can still feel the carpet on my feet, the pressure in my chest when I ran into whatever that was, the cold sweat on my neck when I got back into bed. We moved again not long after. Another base. Another house. And even though I stayed in plenty of other rooms after that, some of them creepier than others, none of them ever felt like that room. That closet. That moment. I don't have an explanation for it. I'm not saying it was a ghost or some supernatural thing. I don't believe in fairy tales. But I know something was there. Something was in that room, or in that hallway, and I felt it. Something I couldn't see but couldn't ignore. Sometimes late at night, when I'm lying in bed with my girlfriend and she's already asleep, I think about it. The feeling of being stopped. Like something that wasn't supposed to be seen reached across the doorway. I don't know what it was. I probably never will. But I know it was real. I never peed the bed again after that night. I remember it like it was yesterday. It happened about 4 years ago, and I still get a strange feeling in my stomach when I think about it. My sister and I had just gotten home from school around 2:30 in the afternoon. We were both in high school at the time, and our routine was always pretty much the same. Drop our bags by the door, head straight to the kitchen for a snack, and settle in until our mom got home from work. But that day, something felt different. As soon as we walked in through the breezeway, I noticed it. A large brown cardboard box sat right in front of the door. It was way bigger than anything we'd ever gotten from a delivery service, and it was addressed to someone we didn't know. The name and address were printed in bold letters on the top. It wasn't even close to our neighborhood. The address was nowhere near ours. My first instinct was to assume it was meant for a neighbor, but as I looked closer, I realized there was no way it was. No delivery person in their right mind would leave a box that large in a breezeway, especially not in a place where it could easily be mistaken for something else. We didn't touch the box immediately. I was curious, of course, but we both hesitated. I figured it would make sense to wait until our mom got home to see what she wanted to do about it. Maybe it was some kind of mix-up, or maybe it was something from one of her friends. She worked in an office a little further down the street, so it wasn't uncommon for her to get packages delivered there for work. But this wasn't like any delivery I had ever seen. After a few minutes, my sister and I just stood there in the breezeway, staring at the box. It felt like something was off, but neither of us could put our finger on why. The sun was still shining outside, but the breeze was chilly, and the day felt quieter than usual. We waited in silence, neither of us really saying anything. My sister fiddled with her phone, scrolling mindlessly through messages, and I stood there, shifting my weight from one foot to the other. It wasn't until about 30 minutes later that the next part of the weirdness unfolded. A blue truck pulled into our driveway. It wasn't a car we recognized, and it wasn't the kind of truck that someone would casually drive down our street. The truck came to a slow stop in front of the house, and I could see the driver clearly through the windshield as he parked. He didn't look familiar, and there was something unsettling about the way he was just sitting there for a moment before he got out. The man who stepped out of the truck wasn't someone we knew, either. He wasn't tall, but he wasn't short either. His clothes were plain, just regular jeans and a t-shirt, but there was something about him that just felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but as he made his way toward the door, I felt my heart rate pick up just a little bit. He didn't stop at the door or knock. No, he just walked straight past it and headed right for the box that was still sitting in the breezeway. My sister and I stood frozen, watching him. He bent down, grabbed the box without a second thought, and lifted it effortlessly, as if it weighed nothing. The box had been way too heavy for us to even move, but this guy was carrying it like it was nothing. We didn't know what to do. My sister and I just looked at each other, both of us too stunned to speak. The guy didn't look back at us or say anything. He just turned and walked straight back to his truck, threw the box in the bed, and got back in. A moment later, the truck revved up, and he drove off, disappearing down the street without a single word. I remember standing there in complete silence for a few seconds, still processing what had just happened. What was that about? Who was that man? Why did he take the box? My sister was the first to speak, though I couldn't really make sense of what she said at the time. Her voice was shaky, and she was visibly shaken, but she just asked, "What the hell was that?" I didn't have an answer for her. I felt the same way. It was like something out of a nightmare, but it was real, and it was happening in broad daylight. Neither of us knew who the guy was, or why he had come to our house and taken that box. And we definitely didn't know where he had gone after that. I didn't even think to call our mom right away. Instead, I grabbed my phone, and we both started searching online for anything that might explain what had just happened. Maybe we could find some kind of clue, some logical explanation, but we didn't find anything that made any sense. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur. We both sat in silence, half waiting for someone to explain what had just happened. Our mom came home around 4:30, but when she walked in, the first thing we did was bombard her with questions. Of course, she had no idea what had happened. She'd been at work all day, and she was as confused as we were about the mysterious box and the strange man who had taken it. We never saw the man again. We never heard anything more about the box, and nobody in the neighborhood seemed to know anything about it. Over the next few days, I kept an eye out, just in case someone came looking for it or came by to ask about the delivery. But nothing happened. The whole thing just disappeared. A week passed, and I thought about it less and less. It was one of those things that left an impression, but eventually life went on. Then one night, about a month later, I woke up to a sound. It was just a faint noise at first, but it was enough to rattle me from my sleep. I lay there in the dark for a moment, trying to figure out what it was. I could hear it again, a faint scraping sound, like something being dragged across concrete. I got up and went to the window, thinking it might be some kids messing around outside. But when I looked out, I didn't see anything. The street was empty. Still, that strange feeling crept back, and I couldn't shake the sense that something wasn't right. I told myself I was just overthinking it, that it was probably nothing. But the next morning, I found something. The same blue truck, the one I'd seen that day, was parked down the street, just a few houses away. It wasn't the same exact spot, but it was the same truck. My heart skipped a beat. I didn't know if it was the same person or just someone else with the same truck, but it was too coincidental to ignore. I never told my sister about it. I didn't want to freak her out again, but I watched that truck for days, hoping it would leave, hoping I wouldn't see it again. The man never came back, but the memory of that day, the box, and that guy lingered in my mind. It was unsettling, and for a long time, I couldn't explain it. There was no reason why he would have taken that box, and there was no reason for him to come back. But I kept thinking about it, wondering what would have happened if we hadn't just let it go, if we had tried to figure out who he was or why he was there. It's been years now, and I still don't know the truth about that box or that man. But sometimes late at night, I find myself staring out the window, half expecting to see that blue truck pull up again, and I wonder, what was really inside that box? I woke up to the feeling of something warm and wet trickling down my face. At first, I thought it was just a sweat from the heat of the night, but as I opened my eyes, the wetness didn't feel right. Something was off. My mind was still foggy with sleep, so I blinked a few times, trying to clear my vision. That's when I saw it, the cold, dark barrel of a gun, pressing right up against my eye. It was so close, I could see the small marks and scratches along the metal surface. For a moment, I didn't process what was happening. My head felt heavy, like it was made of stone, and the sleep in my system still held me in a half-daze. My first instinct was to shrug it off, thinking maybe I had just dreamt it, or it was part of some messed-up sleep hallucination. I closed my eyes, and despite the danger, I just went back to sleep. What else could I do? I was too tired to think straight. Then something hit me hard on the side of my head. I felt a sharp jolt, a pain that cut through the haze of sleep. The impact was like being hit with a hammer, and I instinctively reached up to touch the sore spot. When my hand made contact, I felt something warm and sticky. Blood. It was running down my forehead, dripping between my fingers and soaking into my palm. My mind instantly went into a state of panic, the kind of rush you get when your body tells you something is terribly wrong. I opened my eyes again, and this time, I was fully awake. Standing over me was a man, fully clothed, with a ski mask covering his face. He wasn't just standing there quietly. He was shouting, his voice rough and filled with anger. "Get the fuck up now," he yelled at me. My heart was racing, and my head spun. I was confused, dazed, and in pain, but I could hear the urgency in his voice. The blood trickling down my face only made things worse, blurring my vision as I tried to focus. My body felt heavy, like my limbs were made of lead, but somehow I managed to push myself out of bed. I didn't even care that I was only in my boxer briefs. I didn't have the energy to be embarrassed. All I cared about was the man in front of me, and the pistol he was pointing at me. He demanded money. It wasn't a request, it was an order. "Money now," he shouted. My mind was still scrambled, but I knew I had to do something. I told him that I had money in my wallet, and I needed to get it from my pants. As I stood there, my legs wobbly, I began searching frantically through the laundry pile in the corner of my room. I couldn't find my pants at first, and I could hear him pacing behind me, his boots heavy on the floor, probably getting more impatient by the second. Finally, my hand brushed against the rough denim of the jeans I had worn earlier that day. I shoved my hand into the pocket, praying my wallet was still there. When my fingers closed around it, I sighed in relief. But then I felt something else, a switchblade. It was the one I kept tucked in my pocket for emergencies. I pulled it out along with the wallet and held it tightly in my grip. It wasn't much, but it was something. Just as I was about to turn around and hand the guy my wallet, I heard a high-pitched scream. "Traiaik!" It cut through the air, sharp and full of terror. My blood ran cold. It was my brother's girlfriend, screaming from the other room. Why was she here? What the hell was going on? I couldn't think clearly, but I knew I couldn't do anything reckless. She had 2 kids with her. I couldn't get myself into more trouble than I was already in. I handed the man my wallet. His hands were shaking, and I could feel the tension in the air. He snatched it from me quickly and then shouted out, "Help! Get the fuck in here." He wasn't alone. I didn't know how many others were in the house, but it didn't matter. The panic in my chest started to grow, my heart beat louder in my ears as the seconds dragged on. Before I could even process what was happening, 2 more men appeared, pushing me roughly into the living room. I stumbled as they forced me to the ground, my head still spinning, blood still dripping from my forehead. When I looked up, I saw 4 more men standing there, each holding a pistol, each one as threatening as the last. It was a blur of faces, ski masks, and dark clothing. 5 men, all armed, and all of them looking down at me with cold, unreadable eyes. "Get on the fucking ground," one of them ordered. It wasn't a suggestion, it was a command. I didn't argue. I didn't have the energy to fight back. I dropped to the floor, my arms shaking as I tried to steady myself. For what felt like an eternity, one of the men held the gun to my temple. It was cold, the metal pressing against my skin, the weight of it bearing down on me. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and frantic, but I couldn't focus on anything other than that damn gun. It felt like it was the only thing in the world. The minutes stretched into what seemed like hours, each second dragging on, each breath I took coming with more and more difficulty. I could feel the blood still dripping down my face, slowly trickling onto the floor, but all I could think about was surviving. Was I going to make it out of this? Were they going to kill me? And then, just like that, the gun lifted from my head. The men didn't say a word, they just turned and walked away. It was like they had gotten what they came for, and now they were done. I blinked in disbelief. my mind struggling to process what had just happened. As soon as I could move again, I scrambled to my feet. I rushed to the kitchen, my blood still seeping through the cut on my forehead, staining my skin and my clothes. My head felt light, like I was about to pass out, but I didn't care. I needed something. I needed to protect myself. I grabbed the machete from the top of the fridge, feeling its cold, heavy weight in my hands. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. I didn't know what else to do, but I knew I couldn't just let them take everything. I bolted out the back door, running into the yard, the cold night air biting at my skin. I stood there for a moment, trying to collect myself. I was wearing nothing but my underwear, blood running down my body, machete in hand. The house was silent. I couldn't hear anything. No vehicles, no footsteps, no voices. Nothing. I felt like I had stepped into a void, the world around me completely still. The panic was overwhelming, but I didn't have the luxury of breaking down. I had to stay alert. I looked down at myself, at the blood soaking into my skin, and I realized they had taken more than just my wallet. My phone was gone. My jar of loose change, the one I had been collecting for months, was gone. My weed rolling kit, my half-pound of weed, it was all gone. They had ransacked the house, taking anything of value and leaving me with nothing but the blood on my skin and the machete in my hand. I didn't know what to do next. I stood there in the yard for what felt like forever, trying to make sense of everything that had just happened. I had barely escaped with my life. They had taken my things, but I still had my life. And that was something, even if it didn't feel like much. The quiet of the night settled over me as I stood there, staring at the empty space where the men had been. They were gone now, but their presence lingered in the air, a reminder of how close I had come to losing everything. I didn't know what was going to happen next, but for the first time that night, I let out a breath. I had survived, and that was enough. I woke up early that morning, feeling groggy, but ready to get some work done. My boyfriend had left for work already, and I was alone in the house. It was a quiet, calm morning, just the way I liked it. The sun was barely up, casting soft rays through the window, but it was still that early, peaceful time when everything felt like it was on pause. The only sounds I could hear were the faint hum of the fridge and the rustling of trees outside in the cool morning breeze. I had been wanting to paint the spare bedroom for a while, and now that I had some time alone, it felt like the perfect opportunity. I grabbed the paint, brushes, and rollers, set up everything in the room, and started working. The room had a cozy vibe with soft, beige walls, but it was in desperate need of a fresh coat of paint. I had been carefully applying a light cream color when I heard my phone buzz in the other room. It was a message from my boyfriend, letting me know that the guy who had wanted to buy something from us on Craigslist was still coming by today to check it out. This made me feel uneasy. The night before, we had sold the item to someone else, and we had told the guy about it that morning. He wasn't happy about it. He seemed pretty upset, messaging us that it was messed up that we sold it before he had a chance to see it. He needed it, apparently, and wasn't happy that we had just sold it out from under him. It was a weird situation, and I didn't think much more of it. I shook off the worry, telling myself it was just some guy who didn't get what he wanted. What could he possibly do? It wasn't like he knew where we lived or anything. Plus, he was still going to come by today, even though the item was already sold. My boyfriend had given him the address, but I doubted anything would happen. It was just one of those situations that you brush off, right? I went back to painting. The rhythmic swish of the brush on the wall was oddly calming, the smell of fresh paint filling the room. I focused on staying steady, getting into a good rhythm. The silence in the house was comforting, and the quiet made it easier for me to concentrate on the task at hand. But then, suddenly, out of nowhere, I heard a noise that broke my concentration, a loud, forceful bang from the back door. At first, I thought I was hearing things. I paused, holding my breath, trying to figure out what it was. Maybe a branch had fallen outside, or the wind had slammed something against the house. But no, there it was again, a second, even louder bang. The kind of sound that immediately puts you on edge, like someone was trying to break in. My heart skipped a beat. My brain immediately went into panic mode. The first thing that came to mind was the Craigslist guy. Could he be here already? No, it didn't make sense. He wouldn't show up this early, right? But then again, he had been upset about us selling the item, and who knew how desperate he was to get it. I froze, my hand still gripping the paintbrush, the paint dripping off the tip. My mind raced through possibilities. There was a gate by the carport that led to the backyard, and from there, you could get to the back door of the house. It was an easy way to slip into the house without being seen from the front. And to make matters worse, earlier in the summer, someone had broken into the garage through the back. That made everything feel even more real and terrifying. I knew how easy it was to slip past the front of the house and sneak in from behind, and now I could hear more banging. I didn't want to move. I couldn't. My body was frozen, a knot in my stomach. I thought about calling my boyfriend, but I didn't want to make noise. I didn't want to alert whoever was out there that I was inside. What if the guy had come to confront me? What if he was really angry and decided to take it out on me? I told myself to stay calm, but the loud banging continued, each one making me more and more nervous. It sounded like someone was really trying to get in, and the back door, which was typically secure, was now an open target. My heart pounded in my chest, and I thought about what to do. The front door was too far to get to in time, and the windows were too high to climb through. The only option left was to hide, to stay out of sight. But the sound of the door rattling, as if someone was trying to force it open, made that impossible. Then, to my horror, I heard the creaking of the door. It was opening slowly, like it wasn't locked properly. My throat went dry. Who was it? Was it the Craigslist guy, mad and wanting to make a scene? Or was it someone else? I crouched down behind the wall, hoping the person wouldn't see me. My breathing was shallow, and I felt my pulse racing. My eyes darted around the room, looking for any possible escape, but there was none. The only thing I could do was hide and hope that whoever was out there didn't find me. Then came the voice. It wasn't loud at first, but it was clear enough to make my blood run cold. The person on the other side of the door said something, but the words didn't register at first. My mind was too clouded with fear to focus. My heart was in my throat now. What if they knew I was home? What if they were just waiting for me to make a sound, to give myself away? But then, as I was sitting there listening, hoping for the best but preparing for the worst, I realized that the voice didn't sound threatening. It was calm, too calm. It was a woman's voice. I hesitated for a moment, my heart still pounding. Maybe it was someone who had the wrong address? I waited, trying to make out the words. But then I heard it more clearly. Hello? Is anyone home? I stayed silent, not sure how to respond. What was happening? The door creaked open further, and then the voice came again, louder this time. It's me, Name. I left something here last time I was over. My mind raced. Name? Who was that? And why would they be coming into the house like this? I didn't know what to do. My heart was pounding in my chest, but I didn't want to make a sound. It wasn't until a few more seconds passed, and I realized I knew that voice, that I dared to move. It was my boyfriend's mom. Relief hit me like a wave. I stood up slowly, my legs shaky. I felt embarrassed now that the adrenaline was starting to wear off, but I also felt like I had narrowly avoided something bad. She had scared the crap out of me, but at least she wasn't here to harm me. I walked out of the room slowly, making my way to the back door. The sight of her standing there with a bag in her hand, looking confused as to why I seemed so shaken, was almost comical. "Hey, what's wrong?" she asked. "Did I scare you?" I let out a long breath, laughing shakily as I realized just how close I had been to losing my composure. "Yeah, a little bit," I admitted. "I thought you were someone else." She raised an eyebrow, but didn't ask any more questions, probably seeing how shaken I was. She smiled, handed me what she'd come to pick up, and left. I stood in the doorway for a long time afterward, still trying to calm myself down. The whole thing had felt so real, so close to being something awful. I had to remind myself that it was just a mistake, a simple misunderstanding. But as I closed the door behind me and locked it, I couldn't shake the feeling that the fear I'd felt was still lingering. The house felt quieter now, almost too quiet. But I tried to push it out of my mind, focusing on the room I had been painting, reminding myself that I was safe, that everything was okay now. It was years ago when my mom told me the story of what happened to my grandma. The story has always stuck with me, mainly because it feels so strange and unsettling. It wasn't just a story from the past, it was a real event that happened to her, something that I can still feel lingering whenever I think about it. My grandparents used to live in a farm in a very remote area of Brazil. It wasn't the kind of place you'd find on a tourist map. There were no bustling towns nearby, no shops to pop into, just wide stretches of land, and the nearest neighbor miles away. The kind of place where you knew your neighbors, and they knew you. It felt safe. The kind of place where, even at night, it was quiet and peaceful, and crime was unheard of. In fact, crime was something that didn't even cross anyone's mind. It was a different world out there, one where everything seemed as still and secure as the countryside itself. But what my grandma experienced that winter, well, that made the stillness of the countryside feel unnervingly loud and full of strange things. It was the kind of thing you'd hear whispered about, something that was so far out of the ordinary that even the bravest of folks would be left questioning reality. It all started one night when my grandma was lying in bed, trying to sleep, when she first heard the noise. At first, she thought it was just the house settling, or maybe the wind outside moving some pots or pans. But it wasn't just a one-off sound. It kept happening night after night. A faint clinking, a sharp scrape of metal on metal, followed by the sound of something shifting in the kitchen, like someone was moving things around. It wasn't the kind of noise that could easily be ignored, especially when you're lying alone in the dark, in a house that's way too quiet for comfort. At first, she tried to wake my granddad, but he'd just roll over and mutter that it was nothing. "Go back to sleep," he'd say. "It's probably the wind or the house making noise." But this didn't feel like just the wind. My grandma knew something was wrong. After a few nights of hearing those same clinking sounds, she started feeling uneasy. She lay there, wide awake, staring into the dark, trying to tell herself it was nothing. But the noises kept coming, almost every night. Pots and pans scraping against each other, the sound of silverware being shifted around. It was as if someone, or something, was in her kitchen, going about their business. This went on for a full 2 weeks. Every night, she'd hear those strange sounds. And every night, she'd try to wake up my granddad, but he'd ignore her, saying it was just the house, or maybe an animal outside. He was stubborn that way, not one to give in easily to superstitions or strange occurrences. But my grandma, she couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The longer it went on, the more she started to believe that there was something, or someone, lurking around her kitchen at night. And it wasn't just the sounds anymore. It was the creeping, crawling feeling she'd get when she'd lie there awake, the darkness seeming heavier and heavier with each passing minute. Then one night, something changed. She didn't hear the familiar clinking and scraping of metal. The house was eerily silent, so silent that it almost felt too quiet. My grandma woke up in the middle of the night, unsure why, but when she opened her eyes, she saw something that made her heart stop. A small, bright light was hovering in front of her, just a few feet away. It wasn't the kind of light that comes from a flashlight or a candle. No, this was different. It was like a glowing orb, soft and steady, and it floated there, suspended in the air. My grandma didn't say a word. She didn't even move. She just stared at it, trying to figure out what it was. The light didn't flicker or shift. It stayed there, almost like it was waiting for her to do something. The strange thing was, it didn't feel threatening. It didn't feel supernatural, not in a ghostly sense. But it was, without a doubt, strange. In a way, it felt like it was guiding her, as if it wanted her to follow. And follow it she did. The light moved slowly through the room, toward the door, and my grandma, though unsure, stood up and followed it. She didn't question it. There was something almost hypnotic about the light, like it was calling her. She felt no fear, no hesitation, just an overwhelming pull to follow it. The light drifted toward the kitchen, and as she walked through the dark hallway, the floorboards creaked under her feet. The house was still quiet, too quiet. The light led her to the kitchen door, which was slightly ajar. When she stepped inside, what she saw stopped her in her tracks. Her kitchen was nothing like she'd left it. The floor, which had always been sturdy and solid, was broken, with large gaps and cracks running through the wood. And beneath that broken floor, something was shining through the cracks, a soft golden glow, as though there was something hidden down there, something buried beneath the kitchen. She knelt down and began to pull up the loose boards of the floor, her hands trembling as she worked. The light above her flickered but remained steady, hovering just above her. As the boards came up, she saw it gold. Piles of gold, shining brightly in the dark. It wasn't just a small stash either. No, this was a treasure trove. Coins, gold bars, trinkets, things she could never have imagined. The floor was hiding an entire trove of treasure, just beneath her feet. But how? Why? And most importantly, who had put it there? My grandma wasn't one to be superstitious. She wasn't the type to believe in magic or fairy tales. But what she found under her kitchen floor made no sense. How could there be so much treasure hidden in her kitchen, in a farm that seemed so normal and safe? The questions flooded her mind, but there was no time to ponder them. She knew what she had to do. The first thing she did was call the police. The second thing was move out. The whole situation felt wrong. It felt dangerous, like the treasure was a signal of something that shouldn't have been there, like something had been disturbed. When the police arrived, they dug up the floor and confirmed what she had found. The treasure was real, but there was no explanation for how it got there or who had left it. There were no markings, no clues, just the gold buried beneath the floorboards. The officers couldn't tell her much, except that they'd report the find and begin an investigation. But nothing ever came of it. No one ever claimed the treasure, and no one was ever caught trying to steal it. The farm wasn't the same after that. My grandma couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. She couldn't sleep in that house anymore, not with the memory of the broken floor and the treasure hidden just beneath it. After a few weeks, they packed up and moved out, leaving everything behind. They never spoke about it again, at least not openly. But I know my grandma was always haunted by the thought of what might have happened had she not followed that light. The treasure was never touched by anyone who came after. The farm, the house, and the land were left empty for years. I think my grandma knew something we didn't, that sometimes some things are better left untouched. She may have found the treasure, but I can't help but wonder what the price was for discovering it. And even now, when I think about it, I'm left with more questions than answers. What had those noises been all about? Why had someone, or something, been moving things around in her kitchen for 2 whole weeks? What did the treasure mean? And why was it hidden there, so close to home, waiting for someone to uncover it? In the end, I think the mystery was never meant to be solved. My grandma and granddad moved on, and the land eventually passed on to someone else. But the memory of that strange, glowing light and the treasure buried beneath the kitchen floor will always be with me. It's a story that never quite leaves you, because it's not just about finding treasure. It's about what we don't understand, what's hidden just out of sight, waiting for someone brave enough to follow the light. I've been sitting in my lounge room for the last couple hours, doing what I do most nights when I can't sleep, scrolling through Reddit, reading creepy stories that I know are only going to mess with my head. I always tell myself I'll read something light or funny to wind down, but I never do. I fall into these rabbit holes of weird encounters, people hearing voices in the woods or being followed home, and even though I brush most of it off as exaggeration, I can't lie, it gets to me, especially when it's quiet like this. Middle of the night, the house dead still, everyone else asleep. I've got the TV on in the background, playing something harmless, the Food Network, I think. Something about cake decorating or pies or whatever. The volume's low, just enough to not feel like I'm completely alone. I'm in my usual chair, the one right near the front window. Curtains closed, of course, but I can still feel the cold coming in through the glass. The cat, my fat old Tabby, is curled up on my lap, completely out. She's warm and purring softly, and it's kind of grounding, to be honest. It's around 4 a.m., and I'm feeling jumpy. That crawling sense you get after reading too many spooky things. I know it's in my head. That kind of unease where every creak sounds too deliberate, where shadows look like they might move if you stare too long. I try to shake it off. I'm not some wide-eyed kid. I've lived in this house for almost 10 years. I know all its sounds. I know when the fridge hums, when the plumbing knocks. Nothing should surprise me. But then I hear something that doesn't fit. It starts low. At first, I think maybe I'm imagining it, something like whispering. Like when a TV's on in another room and you catch just the rhythm of voices, but not the words. But the TV's here with me, and it's just background babble about buttercream. This whispering isn't coming from the TV. It's coming from outside, right outside the window. It's faint, could be wind in the bushes. I tell myself that. I lean my head a little to the side, trying to catch more of it. And then it changes. The whispers stop and become something else. A long, drawn-out moan. Not loud, but unmistakable. It lingers for a few seconds, and then cuts off, dead silent. That's when I sit up. Not all the way out of the chair, but just enough that my back is straight, and I'm staring at the curtains like they're going to part on their own. I don't know what I expect to see. A face? Movement. Nothing moves. There's no sound now, not even wind. I'm telling myself it's just paranoia. Just nerves from reading too many stories. I don't believe in ghosts or anything like that. But that sound, it was real. My brain's already trying to logic it out. A possum? Maybe some kids messing around? But who's outside whispering at 4 in the morning in a quiet street like mine? I move slow, like I'm afraid sudden movement will make it worse. The cat grumbles when I lift her off my lap, but she doesn't resist. She stretches, yawns, and curls up where I was sitting. I tiptoe toward the window and pinch the curtain between 2 fingers. I lift it just enough to peek out. Nothing. The front yard is still. Porch light is off, but the neighbor's light across the street gives me enough to see. No one there. The bushes don't move. The driveway is empty like always. I watch for maybe 30 seconds before letting the curtain fall again. It could have been anything. Maybe something blew through the yard. Maybe a fox or something. I go check on the kids, mostly just for peace of mind. I walk through the hallway, peeking into each room. All good. They're asleep, wrapped up in blankets, breathing slow and deep. That calms me down a little. If something really was outside, they didn't hear it. I head to the kitchen, grab my old mag light from the drawer. It's heavy, solid, the kind of flashlight you could club someone with. I've had it for years. I've gotten into the habit of going out for a smoke around this time anyway. It's the only time the street is really quiet, no traffic, no noise. Just me, the night, and a few minutes of peace. But tonight feels different. Even so, I step up to the front door like I always do. Hand on the knob, I pause. Then I turn it slowly, quieter than I ever have. I don't even know why. I guess part of me still expects to see someone standing there. I push the door open. The cold hits me first. Damp, still air. Then I see them. 5 cats. 5 of the neighborhood cats, all different colors, shapes, sizes. We've got quite a few stray or semi-stray cats around here. Most of them belong to someone, but they roam, usually harmless. But now they're all sitting at the end of my driveway, in a loose semicircle, all facing the same direction, my house. They're perfectly still. It's not that they're walking by or playing or even loafing around. They're sitting like statues, all facing me. Their heads don't turn when I open the door, not even a twitch. It's like I caught them in the middle of some weird ritual or something. I shine the light on them. 4 of them immediately scatter. They sprint off in different directions, under cars, into bushes, down the road. But one stays. The black one. Big, thick, well-fed looking. Not a scrawny stray. Could belong to someone, but I've never seen a collar on it. It just sits there, its eyes reflecting the beam of my mag light, glowing yellow-green like they always do in the dark. It doesn't move, doesn't blink, just stares right at me. I shift a little on the porch, light still on it. Nothing. No tail flick. No twitch of the ears. It's like it's not even a cat. Just a thing sitting there watching. I tell myself it's just a cat being a cat. They do weird stuff. I light my smoke and lean against the porch post, trying to act normal. But I keep the flashlight trained on it, just in case. I stay out there for maybe 10 minutes. The cold bites a little more the longer I'm out. Smoke curls up in the still air, and the only sounds are my own breath and the quiet hiss of the cigarette burning. The black cat doesn't move. Not once. It just sits, eyes reflecting the light, body low to the ground, almost like it's waiting for something. Then, just as I'm finishing the cigarette, I hear it. An engine. A car comes tearing down the street. Way too fast for this neighborhood. It's a dead-end street. Mine's the last house at the end. There's no reason for anyone to be coming this way unless they live here, and I know all my neighbors. The car is loud, something old maybe, or modified. It doesn't slow down until it's almost at my driveway. Then it screeches to a halt, right in front of my house. I freeze. It idles there, not moving. Headlights wash over the front of my yard. I can't see past them. Just a glare, like 2 suns, right in my eyes. I feel my pulse climb in my throat. I grip the flashlight tighter. 5 seconds pass. Maybe 6. Then the car peels off again. Tires scream as it turns around at the dead end and speeds back the way it came. And just like that, it's gone. I don't move right away. My heart's pounding. I stare after it, mouth dry. I try to make sense of it. Some drunk. Someone lost. But no one stops dead in front of a house like that. Not at 4 in the morning. Not on a dead-end street. There are no houses past mine. No reason to come this far unless you mean to. I look back at the cat. It's gone. For a second, I think maybe it ran off during the car incident. But then I glance down the steps. And it's there. At the bottom of the stairs. Closer. Still staring. Something about that makes my skin crawl. I don't know why. It's a cat, but it feels deliberate, like it moved when I wasn't looking just to mess with me. Still not blinking, just sitting there, same posture, same eyes. I don't finish my smoke. I toss the butt into the yard, step back inside, and close the door carefully behind me. I lock it, then check it again. Deadbolt, too. Inside feels different now. Less safe. The house is too quiet, too still. The TV's still playing, but it's not comforting anymore. The glow feels off. The cat on the chair has moved. She's sitting up now, ears perked, facing the window. Watching. I sit down slowly and grab my phone. My hands are shaking a little. I start typing this out. I just need to get it down, while it's fresh. I don't know what any of it means. It probably doesn't mean anything. Maybe it's just weird coincidences stacked on each other. A noise outside, cats acting strange, a car showing up for no reason. But I can't shake the feeling that something was wrong out there tonight. I haven't gone back out since. I don't think I will, at least not tonight. I checked the kids again. Still asleep. I locked every door and window. I even pulled all the curtains, not just in the living room. The black cat's still out there. I peeked through the curtain, and it's sitting at the end of the driveway again. Not moving, just waiting. It's almost 5 now. I won't sleep, but I'm not going outside again either. The mag light's on the table beside me. The cat's still watching the window. I'm just gonna wait it out till morning. I don't know what that car was doing. I don't know what I heard outside the window. I don't know why the cats acted that way. But I do know this. Something about tonight felt different. Off. Like I was being watched. Measured. Not by ghosts or anything. Not by monsters. By someone. And whoever it was, I don't think they were passing through. I think they were testing the water. Seeing who was awake. Who would come outside. Tonight I did. I stepped out. I looked. But tomorrow night, I won't. I was 13 or 14 years old when it happened, a time when I was still naive about how dark the world could get. It's a memory I can't shake, even now at 32. There's not a day that goes by without me replaying the events in my mind, even though they happened so long ago. It was one of those moments where everything shifted, and I realized just how vulnerable you are when you're alone. My dad was out at fire practice that night. He had a regular commitment to the local volunteer fire department, and it was always the same. He'd be gone for a couple of hours, leaving me home alone with the dogs. My own dog, a German Shepherd mix, was protective but loving, always by my side. She was the type that would growl at strangers, but was fiercely loyal to those she trusted. The other dog we were sitting that night, a beagle, was completely different. Sweet and docile, he couldn't care less about being protective. He was always calm, even in the face of a stranger. It might seem like a strange thing to mention, but it's important. It's why I never forget that night. I remember everything as though it happened yesterday, every detail etched into my mind. I was in the living room, watching TV, when the knock came at the door. It was a soft knock, but it caught my attention, making me glance up. Our front door had a screen door in front of it. The screen door was a little old, but it had a lock on it, which I always appreciated. The screen was pretty flimsy, so I never opened it unless I absolutely knew who was at the door. But back then, I wasn't paranoid. I just didn't think anything would happen. I got up from the couch and walked toward the door. I peeked out the small window by the door, trying to see who it was. What I saw froze me in my tracks. There was a man standing there, just outside. He was tall, with shoulder-length silver hair that seemed to shimmer faintly in the dim light of the evening. He had a silver mustache, and his clothes were all dark, black pants, a black shirt, and a worn brown leather jacket. There was nothing about him that screamed friendly or safe, and I felt a cold chill run down my spine just looking at him. Even now, I can picture him so clearly in my mind. His eyes were hard to read, but there was something about the way he stood there that made my stomach twist. I wasn't stupid, though. I knew better than to just open the door. We had a little rule in our house. If someone came knocking, you didn't open the door unless you knew them. I was alone with my 2 dogs, and I wasn't about to take any chances. The dogs, especially mine, started barking immediately. It wasn't their usual playful bark. No, this bark was different. It was urgent and protective. The beagle joined in, but his bark was more confused than anything. My German Shepherd, however, went ballistic. She was standing in front of me, her hair raised along her spine, teeth showing. She wasn't barking at him so much as growling, deep and low like a warning. The beagle, even though he wasn't as protective, joined in with the barking, and for a moment, it felt like the whole world was covered in this wave of noise. I stepped back from the door, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The man started talking, but his voice was so soft I could barely hear him. He kept asking me to come outside, but something about it felt off. It wasn't the normal, "Hey, how are you?" tone you expect from a stranger. No, this was different. The way he said it, it felt like an order. The words weren't clear, but his body language said everything I needed to know. He was getting closer to the door slowly, as if he was testing the waters. I didn't even hesitate. I reached for the handle of the main door, locking it. The sound of the lock clicking into place felt like the loudest noise in the world. I'm sure the man heard it too. He looked at me, his face twisting into something that almost resembled anger, but he didn't say anything. I knew he saw the door was locked, and I saw the flash of frustration cross his face. And then he just left. He didn't say another word, didn't try to knock again. He simply turned around and walked away, but I didn't feel safe, not even for a second. I stood there for a moment, my breath heavy in my chest. The dogs were still going crazy, barking and growling. I wasn't sure what to do next, so I did the only thing that felt right. I closed the main door and made sure to lock it too. I didn't let myself relax, not even a little. I walked through the house, checking the windows, making sure everything was secure. I felt like I was holding my breath the entire time, waiting for something bad to happen. And then I heard it, the sound of the side gate opening. It was unmistakable. The gate was heavy and old, and I could hear the creak of the hinges as it opened. I didn't think, I just ran. My heart was pounding so hard in my chest that I could hear it in my ears. I sprinted through the house, my legs moving faster than they ever had before. The dogs followed me, their barking filling the air, and I didn't stop until I reached the side door. I didn't look out the window or check who was outside. I didn't need to. I just locked the side door, hearing the click as the lock engaged, and barely managing to catch my breath. My heart was hammering in my chest. The dogs were still frantic, and their growls were starting to quiet down, but I could still feel the tension in the air. Something wasn't right. I grabbed my phone and called my dad. My hands were shaking so badly that it took me a few tries to dial the number. I finally got through to him, and I told him what had happened, my voice tight with fear. He was calm on the phone, but I could tell he was already getting into his truck. He told me to stay inside, lock the doors, and wait for him. The fire hall was only about 10 minutes away, but it felt like forever before my dad arrived. I was pacing the house, looking through the windows every few seconds, just waiting for him to pull up. The dogs were on edge, but at least they'd calmed down a little. My dad finally got home, and he immediately started checking the yard and around the house. He went out front, then to the side, checking the gate where I had heard the man walking earlier. But there was no sign of anyone. No footprints, no car tracks, nothing. It was like he'd disappeared. But then the phone rang. It was one of my dad's police buddies. He asked if we were okay, and I could hear the concern in his voice. Apparently, other officers had heard about the situation, and they were asking if we needed someone to come patrol the area for the night. I didn't know it then, but I later found out that we had officers patrolling our street for the next couple of nights. That was when I realized how close I had come to something terrible happening. I was just a kid, alone in the house, and if I hadn't trusted my instincts, if I hadn't locked that door, things could have turned out very differently. I knew then that if I hadn't had the dogs there to warn me, or if I had been too naive to lock the door, I might not have made it through that night unscathed. I never saw the man again, never heard anything about him. My dad made sure to keep an eye out for anyone unusual around our house for weeks, but there was never any sign of him. Over time, life returned to normal. But every now and then, when I'm home alone, I'll hear a sound at the door, and my mind immediately goes back to that night. Even now, I can still picture him, his cold, angry eyes, his silver hair shining in the dim light. That man was dangerous, and I don't know what he wanted, but I know one thing. If I hadn't listened to my gut, things would have ended very differently. I've never forgotten that feeling, the one that settled in my chest when I realized just how close I came to something terrible. That night, I learned the hard way that sometimes it's better to trust your instincts than to ignore them. And I'm thankful that I had the dogs there to help keep me safe, even though they had no idea how much they were protecting me. I spent a good portion of my childhood in a house that was well over 100 years old. It was the kind of place that creaked and groaned in the night, the kind of house where every shadow seemed like it could be hiding something. I moved in when I was 5, and we stayed there until I was 16. There was something about that house, something off. I can't really explain it, but I always felt like I was being watched, like the walls were listening, like there was always something there just on the other side of my vision. The house was huge, old and creaky, with dark wood floors and narrow hallways that seemed to stretch on forever. I remember the way the house smelled, too, a mix of old wood dust and something else that I couldn't quite put my finger on. The windows were massive, and you could hear the wind howling through the cracks in the winter. Every night, when I was younger, I would wake up to the sound of my bed shaking. It wasn't like a violent shaking, just a subtle, steady vibration that would make the whole room feel off. I'd pull the covers over my head, thinking maybe if I hid, it would stop. But it never did. I'd lie there, wide awake, listening to the whispers. It was always the same, soft, unintelligible whispers, like a group of people murmuring to each other in the next room. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but it sounded like they were right there, in the room with me, and it would get louder, closer. I used to pull the covers over my head and tell myself it was just the wind, or that I was imagining things. But the more it happened, the harder it was to ignore. I remember one of the scariest things about the house was the room at the end of the hall. My brothers and I used to fight over who got to sleep in the room closest to the stairs, the room with the attic door. The attic door never stayed shut. It always had this eerie sense of life about it. If it was closed, you could hear it creaking like someone was pushing it open slowly. And if it was open, you could hear movement from upstairs, even though no one was up there. Just footsteps, dragging noises, the occasional whispering. Nobody ever went up there, not really. We were all too scared. But one time, around Halloween when I was about 8, my brothers decided to mess with me. They had this dumb cassette tape with a vampire telling spooky stories, playing creepy music in the background. Honestly, it wasn't scary at all, but to a kid who was already scared of the house, it was just enough to push me over the edge. I remember them telling me to stand in that room at the end of the hall. They said I had to stand there by myself, listen to the tape, and not get scared. They left me there, the door creaking as they went, leaving me in the darkness with nothing but the faint light from the hallway and that cassette tape whirring to life in the silence. At first, it wasn't so bad. I was nervous, but I tried to stay calm. I didn't want to give them the satisfaction of seeing me freak out. But then the whispers started. They weren't coming from the tape. No, these were real whispers, like voices from the corners of the room, voices that didn't belong. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just my imagination. I focused on the tape, but the voices grew louder, almost like they were trying to drown it out. They were getting closer, too. I could feel something shifting in the air around me, a presence, something was there. Then it happened. The thing that has stuck with me all these years. I don't know how it appeared, but it did. One moment, I was standing there in the dark, staring at the door, and the next there was a face, red with sharp, jagged teeth. It was so close, too close. I could see every detail, every sharp curve of its face. It had a look to it, something primal and raw, like it was ready to tear into me at any moment. The teeth were so sharp, and its eyes, they were staring right into mine. They were black, empty, like there was nothing behind them but rage. The room seemed to spin as I froze, unable to move, my heart pounding in my chest. I was paralyzed, like my body wasn't even mine anymore. I couldn't look away from its face, even though every fiber of my being was screaming at me to run, to get away. I was just 8 years old, and that thing, it felt like pure evil. I could smell something foul in the air, something rancid, like rotting meat. Suddenly, as quickly as it had appeared, it was gone. The room was just as it had been before, silent still. The whispers faded into nothing, and I was left standing there, gasping for air. I don't know if it was real or not. I don't know if I imagined it, or if it was some horrible nightmare. But I felt it all in my bones. It was like something that wasn't supposed to be in the world had just been right in front of me. I didn't even hesitate. I turned around and ran down the hall as fast as I could, my feet pounding against the wooden floor. I don't remember how many steps it took, but I was in my bed before I even realized it, throwing the covers over my head, my body trembling. I could still feel it, feel the cold, suffocating presence of whatever it was. I didn't say anything to my brothers when they came back. They just laughed and said they knew I'd get scared. They didn't know what had happened to me in that room. I didn't tell anyone for years. I didn't tell my mom, my dad, or even my brothers. I couldn't. They wouldn't understand. They would think I was just imagining things, making up stories. I wasn't sure what had happened either. Was it a dream? A hallucination? Or had I really seen something? That question lingered for years, gnawing at me every time I walked down that hallway, every time I passed the room at the end of the hall. It didn't stop there, though. That house, there was something wrong with it. The whispers didn't go away. The strange noises, the things that would move on their own, the feelings of being watched, they kept happening. The shadows in the corners of the rooms, the cold spots that would appear out of nowhere. The house felt alive, like it had its own heartbeat, its own pulse. But that one night, that face, that thing, it was different. That was the one thing I couldn't explain, the one thing that I would never forget. It was like a mark on my memory, a stain I couldn't wash away, no matter how hard I tried. I lived in that house until I was 16, and by then, I had grown used to the strange happenings. I'd learned to block out the whispers and the shaking bed, learned to ignore the things that moved in the shadows. But the memory of that face never left me. It's been over 20 years now, and every time I think about it, my heart races, and I can feel that same fear creeping back in. What was it? I don't know. I don't think I'll ever know. But it's something I can't forget, something that stays with me, lingering in the back of my mind every time I walk past a dark corner, every time I feel a chill run down my spine. I don't know what it was, but I know one thing. It wasn't just my imagination. It was real. And whatever it was, it's still out there somewhere. It happened last Labor Day weekend. I had gone over to stay the night at my friend's house, which wasn't anything unusual. We'd known each other for years, and I'd slept over more times than I could count. Her room was familiar to me. The way she kept it slightly messy, the white string lights pinned across the ceiling, the pile of books near her nightstand, and the futon she always pulled out for me when I stayed over. That night was like any other. We watched a few movies, scrolled through our phones for a bit, and then went to bed sometime past midnight. She crawled under her comforter, and I settled onto the futon with one of her spare pillows and a thin blanket. I remember feeling tired, but not exhausted. I laid there for a while listening to the hum of her fan, watching the shadowy patterns the string lights made on the ceiling. At some point, I drifted off. It must have been around 3 or 4 in the morning when I woke up. There was no noise, nothing startling. I just suddenly opened my eyes, like something tugged me out of sleep. It was dark, but not pitch black. Enough light came in from the hallway through the cracked door that I could see shapes in the room. The outline of her dresser, the edge of the bed, and the figure of someone walking back and forth next to it. At first, I wasn't alarmed. It looked like her. Same height, same general shape. She was just walking slowly along the side of the bed, turning back and forth as if she was pacing. Her movements were weird, though, kind of stiff and robotic, not like how people normally walk. I figured she might be sleepwalking. I knew some people did that. It didn't even occur to me to be scared right then. I just laid there watching her, thinking she'd eventually get back in bed. She kept pacing slow and quiet, just back and forth. Every now and then she'd stop and turn like she was looking at something, then keep going. The silence was strange. Even though the fan was still running, the room felt heavy in a way I can't really explain. Like the air was thick or the silence was pressing down on me. 5 minutes passed, maybe more. She didn't stop. Eventually, I sat up slightly and asked her what she was doing. My voice was groggy, quiet, but enough to break the silence. She didn't stop. She just mumbled something I couldn't make out. It sounded like words, but nothing clear. I asked again, a little louder. That's when I heard her voice come from the bed. She said something like, "What are you talking about?" But the second I heard her voice come from the bed, everything inside me tightened. I turned my head and saw her there, lying under the blanket, her face barely visible in the dim light. At the same time, the figure that had been pacing stopped in its tracks. It stood there for a second, then turned and walked slowly over to me. Not rushed, not frantic, just smooth, steady steps. It stopped directly in front of me at the edge of the futon. Then it bent down. The movement wasn't jerky or dramatic. It was fluid, like someone leaning over to get a closer look. It lowered its face right near mine. I could see the outline clearly now. Long, dark hair hanging down past the shoulders. A white gown, loose and flowing. almost glowing slightly in the low light. I froze. I don't know how else to describe what that moment felt like. My skin went cold, but I was sweating. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I didn't move. I didn't scream. I just shut my eyes hard and forced out words asking my friend to turn on the light. I must have said it loud, because I remember her stirring and fumbling with the lamp. The second the light came on, the room changed. The heaviness lifted, like a switch had been flipped. I opened my eyes, and there was nothing in front of me. No one was standing there. It was just me, sitting upright on the futon, shaking. I looked at my friend, really looked at her. She was sitting up in bed, rubbing her eyes, her face puffy from sleep. She looked confused. I looked around the room. The same cluttered dresser, the same scattered clothes, the same familiar setup. But no one else. That's when my brain started putting things together. My friend was wearing shorts and a t-shirt. Casual sleepwear. Nothing like what I saw pacing the room. That thing had on a long, flowing gown. And her hair, my friend's hair was short, barely grazing her shoulders. The thing I saw had long, dark hair that hung down past its chest. I sat there for a long time, breathing heavy, trying to make sense of what just happened. My friend asked if I was okay. I told her I thought I had a weird dream. I didn't want to get into it. Not yet. Not while I was still shaking. Eventually, I laid back down, but I didn't sleep. I kept my eyes open for the rest of the night, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself I imagined it, that I had some kind of half-awake hallucination. But no matter how much I tried to rationalize it, I kept coming back to the same problem. Why did it feel so real? Why did I notice the clothing, the hair, the sound of the footsteps? Why did it stop when the light turned on? Why didn't it feel like a dream? The next morning, everything was normal. We had breakfast, watched a show, talked about going out for the day. I didn't mention it. I wanted to, but I also didn't. Part of me worried she'd think I was messing with her. Another part of me didn't want to say it out loud because it would make it more real, like admitting it gave it power. Later that day, when I went home, I walked into my own room and just stood there. I looked around at the familiar layout. My bed, my shelves, my laundry basket, everything in place. But I felt jumpy, like something might be there when I wasn't looking. That night, I locked my door. I don't usually, but I did. I double-checked the closet, left the hallway light on. It was a long time before I fell asleep. Days went by. I kept replaying the moment in my head. The pacing, the bending down, the way it stared. The way the room felt so wrong until the light came on. I looked up stuff online, hoping to find some kind of explanation. Sleep paralysis, lucid dreaming, maybe even stress. But the thing is, I was fully awake. I moved. I sat up. I spoke. I remember the feeling of the futon fabric on my hands. I remember the exact temperature of the room. That kind of awareness doesn't come with dreams. I've been over to my friend's place since then. Nothing weird has happened. The room feels the same. But I don't sleep as easily anymore, especially when I'm not at home. And even when I am home, I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, half expecting to see someone pacing in the shadows. I haven't seen anything since, but that moment, those few minutes, changed something. I don't have a neat explanation. I don't know what it was. All I know is what I saw, what I felt. And no matter how much time passes, I still remember it clearly, like it happened yesterday. I keep telling myself there's a logical explanation, that it was a trick of the light, a leftover piece of a dream that spilled into waking. But deep down, I don't believe that. Not fully. It wasn't a dream. I was awake, and something was in that room with me. When I was in 3rd grade, we lived in this weird townhouse. It wasn't like a normal house with a big yard and a white picket fence or anything. The place had this stretched out layout, kind of like a row of connected boxes with thin walls. The back of the townhouse opened up to this massive forest that just seemed to go on forever. It wasn't pretty or peaceful looking like the kind of forests you'd see in a painting. It was rough and wild, like it had been there long before any of our homes were built. Tall trees with bark peeling off, roots sticking out of the ground like claws, broken branches everywhere. It always smelled like wet dirt and old leaves. Still, for a kid, it was perfect. My friends and I used to go back there all the time. We'd drag pieces of plywood or cardboard and build little clubhouses in the trees or clearings. Sometimes we found old tires or plastic chairs someone had dumped, and we'd use them to make our spots more comfortable. We'd stay out there for hours, getting filthy and pretending we were in some kind of secret society. That forest felt like ours, like we had claimed it, even though we never really knew how far it went. Our townhouse was kind of run down. The windows were old, some had cloudy spots where the double panes had failed. The carpet was always dirty, even right after it got cleaned, and the air always smelled like a mix of dust and something faintly sour. My room was small and faced the front parking area, which wasn't ideal, but I didn't care much at that age. Every morning, I'd wait by the front door for my friend and his mom. They lived about half a mile away, and she'd come pick me up and take us both to school. It became part of my routine. Wake up, get dressed, eat breakfast, then sit by the door until they arrived. One morning, as I was sitting there waiting, I heard something strange. It was a small sound, faint like a giggle. Just one. Not a full laugh, not loud. Just a single, soft giggle. I didn't react at first. Maybe I thought it was the TV or something outside. But then I looked down the hallway that led toward the bedrooms. The door to one of the rooms was cracked open, just barely, and right as I looked at it, I saw it close. It wasn't a dramatic slam or anything. It just closed at a normal speed, steady, like someone gently pushed it shut. But it was weird. I hadn't heard any footsteps. I hadn't heard the latch click when it shut, just the soft sound of the door moving. It creeped me out a little, but I was a kid. I didn't want to admit I was scared. I just stayed there, staring at the door for a second longer than I normally would have, then turned back and waited for my friend's mom like always. That day, I didn't go into any rooms by myself. A week or so later, my mom was in a cleaning mood. She was always like that sometimes. Out of nowhere, she'd get frustrated at the mess and tell us to clean everything. I got stuck with vacuuming the living room. The vacuum was old and heavy, and I always hated dragging it around. I was doing the usual lazy job, not really moving stuff, just pushing it around the open floor, when I hit something under the couch. I pulled the vacuum back and got on my knees to look. There was a pizza box under there. I pulled it out and opened it. Inside was one slice left. One gross-looking slice of cheese pizza. I immediately got mad. Like really mad. I didn't remember having pizza. My family must have ordered it without me one night, which felt totally unfair. It wasn't even that I wanted the pizza. I just hated being left out. I took the box to my mom to complain about it. She barely reacted, just told me to throw it out in the outside trash bin. I did, and forgot about it pretty quickly. It didn't cross my mind again until later, when things started to feel even weirder. A few days after the pizza box thing, I was doing my usual morning wait by the front door. I had all my stuff ready for school and was just sitting there, watching the clock, when I thought I heard something in my mom's room. Her door was closed, and the house was dead quiet otherwise. I stood up and walked over to it. I don't know why I didn't just open it. Maybe something about it felt wrong. I didn't hear movement exactly, just something subtle, like a soft bump or rustle. I didn't want to open the door, but I was curious. So I leaned in and pressed my ear to the door. And the moment my ear touched the wood, I heard giggling again. But this time it wasn't just one small giggle. It was 2 or 3 different little kid voices. High-pitched, fast, like kids laughing in a classroom or at recess. But it didn't sound natural. It was too sudden, too loud, too close. Like they were right on the other side of the door. I didn't stop to think. I ran. I ran straight out of the house and didn't even wait by the front door. I took off down the street toward my friend's house. I showed up early, out of breath, still feeling like someone might be behind me. I didn't even explain what happened. I just said I left early. For a while after that, nothing else happened. Weeks passed, maybe even a couple months. Life went back to normal. I still went into the woods with my friends, still waited by the door each morning, still ignored how weird the place sometimes felt. That's how it works when you're a kid. You brush off scary things because nobody believes you, and you start trying not to believe them yourself. Eventually, we moved out of that place. I was excited. I didn't even care where we were moving to. I just wanted out. I remember the last few days were hectic. We were boxing up stuff, cleaning, making trips back and forth. My parents were stressed and tired. We saved the attic for last. Nobody ever really went up there. It was the kind of place you just used to store stuff you forgot you had. Old holiday decorations, baby clothes, maybe some broken appliances. I remember the attic door was one of those pull-down kinds with a string hanging from the ceiling in the hallway. My dad pulled it down, and we climbed up with flashlights because the bulb up there was busted. The moment we got inside, I knew something was wrong. It didn't smell right. It didn't smell like dust or old cardboard. It smelled like stale food, like the inside of a closet someone had been living in. And there were wires everywhere. Thin wires, tangled together, running along the beams. There was a mattress in the back corner, thin and stained. Next to it were piles of snack wrappers, fast food bags, empty soda bottles. And next to those were electronics, camera tripods, headphones, little monitors, and coils of cords. It was like someone had been living up there. Not just crashing for a night, but staying for a while. They had set things up, made themselves comfortable. I didn't say anything at first. I think I was too stunned. I kept staring at the mattress, trying to make sense of it. And then I saw a hoodie. Just a regular gray hoodie, but I recognized it. It belonged to our neighbor, the guy who lived 2 doors down. He was older, maybe in his 40s or 50s, kind of wiry and twitchy. When we first moved in, he had offered to change our locks for free. Said he was a locksmith. My parents thought it was nice at the time. Now we knew the truth. He had made himself a little home in our attic. He had his own keys to our house, ones he made when he changed the locks. And from the wires and equipment, it looked like he'd been watching us. Watching me, my mom, everyone. There were holes drilled through the attic floor in spots where you could look down into the bathroom, the bedrooms. I felt sick. My mom was crying. My dad was furious. The police were called, but by the time they figured it all out, the guy had already vanished. He never came back to his place. He just disappeared. But we had enough evidence to know it was him. The clothes, the electronics, the fact that no one else had ever gone up there. After that, everything made sense. The pizza box. It wasn't my family's. He must have snuck down and eaten it while we were gone. The door closing? Probably him, slipping out of a room and forgetting it wasn't fully shut. The giggling? I don't even know. Could have been him playing audio from somewhere, trying to mess with me. Maybe he thought it was funny. Maybe he wanted me scared. I don't know. I try not to think about it too hard. What scares me the most is that we lived in that house for almost a year. An entire year. While someone was just a few feet above us, hiding in the shadows. Watching. Waiting. Doing who knows what while we slept. And I'll never know how much he saw, how close he got. Maybe he was in the room while I was vacuuming. Maybe he stood at my bedroom door at night. As an adult, I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in haunted houses or cursed forests. But I believe in people. I believe they can be much worse. And I know for a fact that sometimes the scariest thing in your house isn't a spirit or a shadow. It's a real person. Hiding, waiting, watching you, while you go on living like everything is normal. And the worst part, you don't find out until it's too late. The road to college was never the same. There were 2 main ways to get there, both with their own set of benefits and drawbacks. The first was the route through a large park. It was a longer stretch, but the park was peaceful, especially in the early mornings. I enjoyed it for its solitude, the sense of calm that the trees and pathways gave off. But despite the park's tranquility, I often chose the second route, the shortcut that cut across the old cemetery. It wasn't much of a cemetery anymore, not in the way most people think of one. It had been decades since anyone was buried there, the last grave dating back to 1965. But I didn't find that unusual. Religion had been on the decline in England for a long time, and most of the churches around here weren't open for regular worship anymore. They only opened up for the odd event, weddings, funerals, and the like. The church next to this cemetery was one of those places. You didn't see many people walking through it anymore, just the occasional wanderer or someone passing by for the sake of history. It was an eerie place to pass through, especially on foggy mornings. The gravestones were old and weathered, some barely legible. But the one grave I couldn't stop looking at was situated just beneath a large, gnarly tree at the far end of the cemetery. I'd noticed it the first time I walked through, and something about it stuck with me. The gravestone belonged to a girl. Her name was engraved on it, and I often found myself drawn to it. Her name, Emily. I didn't know why I was so interested. It wasn't like I had any special connection to her. But her grave, it haunted me. What was it that could make a child, no older than 12, die so young? How did she die? Was she loved by her family? Why was she buried in such an old, neglected cemetery? The more I walked by, the more I felt pulled towards her grave. Every time I passed, it became harder to ignore. I started to feel connected to her in a strange way. It felt like there was something she was trying to tell me, or maybe something I needed to understand. I couldn't shake the feeling that this girl's life had been a mystery. The simple engraving on her grave, died 12 years old, never gave me enough information. I had to know more. I had no idea what drove me to do it, but I started researching. At first, it was simple. A quick look through local records revealed that Emily's father had started a school in London shortly after she passed away. His name was Thomas, and the school went on to be quite well known, still operating today. The strange part was, after her death, he and his family left the area without ever returning. It was as if they wanted to distance themselves from her memory. I couldn't understand why. I dug deeper. It wasn't too difficult to trace the family's history, but I couldn't get over the feeling that something about it all was off. I eventually tracked down a family biographer, a man who had written about the family's history. I reached out to him, not expecting much, but to my surprise, he was more than willing to share what he knew about Emily. He sent me a birth certificate confirming her name and the details of her death. Emily had died from a lung injury, the document said. Tuberculosis was rampant back then, and it was likely that's what took her life, though they never had confirmation of it. The biographer also sent me a family Bible, one that referenced Emily's death. The entry in it was short, just a few words, most peaceably in her mother's arms. That line, for some reason, struck me hard. It felt so cold. The words didn't convey any warmth or love, just a passing comment on her death. Was this how her family viewed her? Was this all they left behind? No real memorial, just a few cold words in a book, and a decaying gravestone? 3 weeks after her death, the family packed up and left. They never returned to the area, and from that point on, Emily's grave was neglected. No one came to maintain it, no one brought flowers, no one remembered. The cemetery itself had fallen into disrepair, and Emily's grave, a solitary stone surrounded by weeds, was almost forgotten. I couldn't help but feel sorry for her, for the life she never had, for the family that had seemingly abandoned her. I made a promise to myself then. I would give Emily the respect she deserved, the respect her family never gave her. Every 2 weeks, I would visit her grave and lay fresh flowers down. It was a small gesture, but one I felt was necessary. She had never received any real love from her family, so I would show her the respect and attention she deserved. No one else seemed to care, but I did, and it felt right. But then something strange happened. Over time, I began to feel Emily's presence everywhere. At first, it was just an odd sensation, like someone was watching me. It would happen when I was alone, when I'd be walking down the street or sitting at my desk. I would feel a sudden, inexplicable chill or hear a faint whisper of her name. It was as though she was always there, lingering in the corner of my mind. It was subtle at first, but then it grew stronger. I would look up, and for a split second, I would think I saw her standing in the corner of the room. It would happen so quickly that I'd almost think I had imagined it, but the sensation was too real to ignore. I couldn't shake the feeling that she was watching me, that she was somehow trying to communicate with me. It wasn't just at home either. It followed me wherever I went. Soon, the dreams began. They started off simple, just fleeting images of her, a girl no older than 12, lying on a bed, smiling at me. But then they became more vivid. In one of the dreams, she spoke to me, telling me that she was fine, that she was happy now. She showed me images of her father, Thomas, and said she was with him. I had never seen a photo of him, but in my dream, I knew what he looked like. It was strange, because I had never seen any pictures of the family before. How did I know what he looked like? I shook off the dream as just a product of my mind. After all, I had spent months obsessing over Emily's story. It was natural that my mind would create these images, these dreams. But something about it felt different. It felt real. Then, in 2012, I received an unexpected email. It was from the family biographer. He had been in contact with the remaining relatives and had gotten his hands on something remarkable, a photo of Emily. This wasn't just any photo. It was from the Victorian era, taken shortly before her death. And it was a death photo. At that time, photography was expensive, so when someone died, families would often have a single photograph taken of their loved one. These photos were usually taken after death, sometimes in the funeral home or in the deceased's bed. It was considered a way of preserving the memory of the person, though it was a practice that many would find morbid today. When I opened the photo, my heart stopped. There she was, Emily, the girl from my dreams, the girl whose grave I had visited countless times. Her face was pale, almost ghostly, but it was her. Every detail matched perfectly with the images I had seen in my dreams. The way her hair fell across her forehead, the slight curve of her lips, the softness in her eyes, it was all there. And I knew, with a certainty that I couldn't explain, that this was the same girl who had been watching me. The same girl who had appeared in my dreams, the same girl whose presence I had felt everywhere. It was then that I realized something unsettling. Emily wasn't just a figure from the past. She was somehow tied to me, to my life. I had spent months researching her, learning about her, and in doing so, I had unknowingly brought her into my world. I had connected with her in a way that no one else had. And now, it felt like she would never leave. As I stared at the photo, a cold shiver ran down my spine. I didn't know what this meant or why it had happened. But I knew one thing for certain. I would never be able to shake the feeling that Emily was always with me. She had become a part of my life, a part of my history. And maybe that was the most unsettling part of it all. I don't know why she chose me, or why I was the one to uncover her story. But I do know that from that moment on, I could never look at her grave the same way again. Every time I pass it, I feel that gaze, that presence following me. I can never quite escape it, and I don't think I ever will. Maybe that's the price we pay for uncovering the past. We think we can leave it behind, but it always finds a way to stay with us. When I was growing up, there was an old lady and her grandson who lived down the street from me. Everyone in the neighborhood called her Grandma Sharon because of her kindly demeanor. She always fed the stray cats, so there would be kittens for me to play with. Any leftover food was eaten by crows. There were murders of crows hanging around her house constantly. When I was 16, Sharon passed away. She was a lifelong smoker and died in her bed in her smoke-stained room. Due to an error in her will, the house was given to her mentally disabled daughter instead of her grandson, who ended up moving away. Now, I'm not sure what exactly was wrong with the daughter, but she made a lot of questionable choices. One of those poor choices was to allow an 18-year-old, let's call him Bill, from the neighborhood to come live with her. He was a troubled kid and a thief. Sharon had disliked this boy immensely while she was alive and wouldn't let him on her property because he was destructive. Sometimes the daughter would leave the house for days at a time. Bill would always use this as an opportunity to throw a party. I had grown up with Bill and was invited, along with my friend Cara, to come to a party. When we arrived, Bill wanted to show us the room Sharon had died in. So Bill led Cara, myself, and a few other teens into Sharon's old room and told us to sit on her bed. A few people did, but I didn't because I felt it was disrespectful to Sharon's memory. After everyone was in the room, Bill shut the door and said we should try to summon Sharon's ghost. The other people in the room started doing stupid teen stuff and insulting Sharon, daring her to show herself, saying that she deserved to die, etc. Then one of the teens sitting on the bed lit up a cigarette, and the lights went out. I was standing near the switch, so I tried to turn the light back on. The switch was still up in the on position, so I flipped it down, and the light came back on. I chalked it up to faulty lighting and stepped away from the switch. The lights went off again, and I flipped them back on. As soon as I flipped them on, the lights went off, and I flipped them on one last time. Another person in the room told me to quit messing with them, and I started to defend myself. While I was talking, the lights rapidly switched on and off until they came back on one last time. On the wall next to the bed, there was a tar-black handprint that hadn't been there before the lights went out. Needless to say, I noped the fuck out of there and went home. The next morning, I couldn't shake the unease from the previous night. I decided to return to Sharon's house to see if the handprint was still there. When I arrived, the house was quiet and the front door was ajar. I stepped inside and made my way to Sharon's old room. The handprint was gone. I searched the room for any signs of paint or soot that could explain the mark, but found nothing. The walls were clean, and there was no residue on the bed or floor. I left the house, still unsettled. Over the next few weeks, I noticed that the crows that used to gather around Sharon's house had disappeared. The stray cats were gone too. The house seemed abandoned, even though Bill and Sharon's daughter still lived there. I avoided the house and its occupants, wanting nothing more to do with whatever was going on there. Years later, I learned that the house had been condemned and demolished. A new home was built in its place, and a new family moved in. I never told them about what happened in that house, and I never will. Some things are better left in the past. Looking back, I realized that the events of that night were likely the result of faulty wiring and teenage imagination. The handprint could have been a prank or a trick of the light, but the fear I felt was real, and it taught me to respect the memories of those who have passed. I still think about Sharon and the kindness she showed to the neighborhood. I hope she's at peace. It was a house we thought would be a fresh start. My first husband and I were eager to leave behind the chaos of apartment living. So when we found a little house with a big yard, we couldn't wait to call it home. The house was a small, two-story brick place, tucked away in a quiet neighborhood on the outskirts of town. It looked charming from the outside, with its red brick facade, white window trim, and a little porch at the front. It wasn't new, but it felt solid, like it had withstood decades of stories, even though we didn't know any of them. We were young, and maybe that's why I didn't question the strange feeling I had about the house when we first moved in. I tried to ignore it, chalking it up to my nerves and the usual anxiety that comes with a big change. I had a 2-year-old son at the time, and he was the center of my world. It was supposed to be a place for us to build a life together, but I was about to learn that it wasn't as easy as that. The nightmares started almost immediately. At first, it was just an occasional bad dream, but soon they became frequent, almost every night. I would wake up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat, heart pounding in my chest. It wasn't just a bad dream. It felt real. I would lie there frozen, unable to move a muscle. My body felt heavy, like I was trapped in my own skin. I could hear the creaks of the house, wood groaning, walls settling. And then I would see her. It was always the same. I would wake up to find a figure standing in the doorway of our bedroom. A woman. She was tall, with long, dark hair and a cold, angry expression on her face. Her eyes were the worst part. They were filled with rage, staring right at me. I would blink, thinking maybe I was still half asleep. But when I opened my eyes again, she was still there, staring at me with that same expression. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. My throat would close up, and I could feel my heart racing in panic. And then just as quickly, she would disappear, like she was never there. I tried to convince myself it was just a bad dream, just my mind playing tricks on me. But it wasn't just the nightmares. The house itself felt wrong. I would wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of the kitchen table being flipped over. It was loud, chaotic. I would lay there, frozen again, listening to the sound of the table crashing to the floor, knowing it wasn't real, but still unable to shake the feeling that something was happening. My mind would race, trying to make sense of it. It was always the same. This woman, flipping the table, angry that I was in her house. And it wasn't just me who felt it. My son, barely 2, started acting strangely too. At night, when we would tuck him into bed, I would watch his little eyes darting around the room. They moved quickly, like he was following something. I would ask him if he was okay, and he would just smile, but I could see the unease in his face. And then one night, I heard him yell, clear as day, "My house, dis my house." I froze, my heart in my throat. He wasn't even 2 yet. He shouldn't have been speaking like that. But there it was, a loud, assertive declaration that sent chills down my spine. My husband worked nights, so I was alone with the house, the haunting presence, and my son. I couldn't fall asleep. The nights felt endless, stretching on forever. I would lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to every creak, every rustle. I would often call my husband at work, begging him to come home on his lunch break. Sometimes, I would ask him to sit with me until I could fall asleep. He would do it, but the fear never really went away. One night, after he left for work, something happened that I couldn't explain. He had bumped into something on his way back out, and the sound of it rattled through the house. I jumped awake, my heart in my throat, and when I opened my eyes, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was in the room with me. I lay there, wide-eyed, staring into the darkness, unable to move. I didn't sleep a wink that night. I couldn't. The fear of something, someone, being there with me kept me awake. I was losing my mind, or at least it felt that way. I couldn't go on like this. The nightmares, the fear, the feeling that something was always watching. It was too much. I finally convinced my husband that we needed a dog. It was the only way I could think of to feel safe. Maybe a dog would be able to sense whatever was wrong, and at least I wouldn't feel so alone. We got a dog, a golden retriever mix. But the dog didn't help as much as I'd hoped. In fact, it made things worse. The dog cowered on the bed whenever my husband wasn't home, shivering with fear. I tried to comfort it, but it didn't help. It didn't take long before the dog bit my son. He had fallen on the dog, and I'm sure it was just an accident, but I couldn't take the chance. We found a couple who didn't have kids, and they took the dog. But nothing really changed. The nightmares were still there, relentless. The feeling of being watched never went away. My marriage was falling apart too. We were fighting constantly, and I began to feel like there was no way out. I needed something to change, something to help me. That's when I heard about the psychic. I don't know why I called in. Maybe I was desperate, or maybe I just needed to talk to someone who might understand. The psychic was doing a radio show, and I barely got the words, "I've been having nightmares," out of my mouth before she interrupted. She didn't even need to hear the rest of my story. She told me my house was haunted. She told me the house had a dark presence, and that there was a woman, angry, vengeful, who didn't want me there. She recommended some books on spiritual defense and told me to try to protect myself. But it wasn't enough. The nightmares didn't stop. The figure in the doorway, the sounds of the table being flipped, the sense of something lurking, it was all still there, night after night. Then one day, I got a call from the psychic herself. She was in town for a fundraiser and asked if I wanted her to come to my house to help clear it. I couldn't believe it. After all this time, maybe there was a chance to finally put this nightmare to rest. I agreed, of course, and a few days later, she came with her daughter. They burned something, some kind of sage or incense, and walked through the house. I was nervous, but hopeful. She had me make the sign of the cross and push it toward the windows. I did as she asked, my heart pounding in my chest. She spoke words under her breath, and I didn't understand them, but I could feel something shift in the air. It felt like the heaviness lifted, like a weight I hadn't even realized I was carrying had been taken off my shoulders. That night, for the first time in months, I slept peacefully. The nightmares were gone. The figure in the doorway never returned. I didn't hear the table flipping over or the sound of marbles rolling under the bed. It was as if the house had been cleared of whatever dark presence had been haunting it. We ended up selling the house not long after that. My marriage had already been on its way out, and there was no reason to stay. But before we left, we had a yard sale. And that's when the children of the elderly couple who had lived there before us came by. They introduced themselves, and I couldn't help but share parts of my story with them. The daughter looked at me with wide eyes and said, "Yeah, that sounds like Mom. She was mean." That was the final confirmation I needed. Whatever had been in that house wasn't in my head. It wasn't just nightmares or stress. There was someone there. But after the psychic came, it was over. The house was finally at peace, and so was I. As we moved out and the house passed to new owners, I learned that they tore off the siding to make repairs. And that's when they discovered something I hadn't known. There was a massive wasp nest behind the walls. The psychic had even mentioned feeling like there were bees or wasps around the house, but I hadn't paid it much attention at the time. Now it all made sense. Those wasps, hidden away in the walls, had been a symbol of the disturbance that had been there. And once they were gone, so was the feeling of oppression. I moved on from that house, but I'll never forget it. It was a place that shaped me, not in the way I had hoped, but in ways I never could have imagined. After all was said and done, I felt like I had finally gained control of my own life again. No more nightmares, no more fear. The house was gone, but the memories of it, those I carried with me for a long time. I might be too late, but this really took me a second to grasp when it was happening. Even now, it feels strange to think about. It was 2008, and I was 16. My cousin had just died. He was only a few years older than me. Everyone knew he was involved in gang activity and drugs, but he had this strange presence about him. He never acted out, never showed off, and never brought drama to the family. He was respectful, calm, and weirdly composed for someone who was living such a dangerous life. People in the family looked up to him, especially us younger cousins. It didn't matter that he was dealing with street life. He always knew how to carry himself. When the news broke that he had been killed, it hit hard. The police described his death as an execution. That word stuck with me. The next morning, my immediate family packed up and drove down to Jacksonville, Florida, to be with the rest of our relatives. Everyone was already there. The atmosphere in the house was thick with sadness. Conversations were quiet, some people cried, others just sat in silence, and a few people tried to stay busy arranging funeral plans. My cousin left behind a brother my age, 2 sisters, and his parents. The older sister was in her early 20s. The little one, though, was around 4 or 5, just young enough to not fully understand what had happened. I wasn't even sure if anyone had told her directly that her brother was dead. The adults were trying to protect her, let her be a kid a little longer. Their dad, my uncle, was a dog breeder. In the backyard, he had 5 pit bull mixes. They were huge, but they weren't aggressive unless there was a reason. If anyone walked too close to the fence, 5 feet or so, they would go off, barking and growling, ready to protect the property. But 6 feet away or more, and they stayed quiet. It was like they had a zone and didn't care about anything outside of it. If the gate to the backyard was open, it meant the dogs were allowed to go around to the front yard. They loved doing that, just sitting by the front, watching cars drive by, calm as ever. That day, the house felt crowded. People were everywhere. I needed a break from all of it. I went outside to get some air. The little cousin, the youngest sister, was already out there playing in her playhouse. It was one of those plastic ones, pink and yellow, with a little doorway and a couple of fake windows. Inside, it had a tiny table and a set of plastic teacups and dolls. The dogs were laying nearby, relaxed but alert. I remember thinking how peaceful it looked out there compared to inside the house. I walked over to her and crouched down to see what she was doing. She was having a tea party with her dolls. I asked if I could join, and she smiled and said yes. I squeezed myself into the little playhouse, sitting uncomfortably with my knees up to my chest. It was tight, but she didn't care. She was just happy someone joined her. There were at least 6 or 7 cups laid out on the table. I asked her why there were so many, and she told me she was playing with her brother, the one who had just died. At first, I didn't think much of it. Kids have wild imaginations. I figured maybe she was trying to keep his memory alive in her own way. It was kind of sweet, honestly. I asked, without really thinking, where he was now. She didn't say anything right away. Then she pointed behind me, toward the backyard gate, and said, "Look, he's leaving." I turned around. At that exact moment, the gate, the one that was never left open, swung wide open. Not slowly. It wasn't caught by the wind or anything gentle like that. It opened in a quick motion, like someone had yanked it from the other side. The sound of it opening made my stomach drop. It scraped against the dirt and grass as it moved, just like it always did when someone opened it by hand. The dogs lost their minds. I had never seen them react like that. All 5 of them sprang up, for bristling, barking with their teeth fully bared. They rushed in front of the playhouse and positioned themselves between us and the gate, as if protecting the little girl. Their barking was violent and non-stop, directed at the open gate. But what scared me the most, what genuinely terrified me, was that there was no one there. No shadow, no shape, no hint of movement. The driveway beyond the gate was empty. I froze, completely. My muscles locked up, and I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. My breathing turned shallow. I looked back at the girl. She didn't seem scared at all. She just kept sipping from her little cup. I stood up too fast, breaking the plastic table and knocking over half the tea set. The whole playhouse tilted a little. My legs felt weak. I didn't even realize it then, but I had wet myself. I was that scared. Just then, my uncle burst out of the back door. He was panicked, shouting, asking who opened the gate. He ran over, looking around frantically. He checked the latch, looked down the driveway, and then back at the dogs. They were still barking, though a little less now. They kept glancing back at us like they were checking that we were okay. I didn't say anything. I couldn't. I just stepped out of the playhouse, walked past my uncle, and went back inside the house. I was shaking, and I felt sick. The moment I got into the bathroom, I locked the door and started crying. I cleaned myself up, but I didn't come out for a long time. Later that night, things went back to normal, or at least what passed for normal during a time like that. The dogs were calm again. The family was still inside, talking and grieving. I kept thinking about what I saw. I kept thinking about that gate. When everything had settled down a few hours later, I went outside again. The backyard was dark, but I brought a flashlight. I walked over to the gate. It was closed now. I checked the latch. It was the kind where you had to lift the gate slightly out of the ground, then pull it outwards to open it. Not something that would just swing open on its own. The ground was uneven too, and the bottom of the gate always dragged against it. You had to use a little strength to open it. I tried it a few times myself. It wasn't easy. I didn't sleep much that night. My mind kept going back to what she said. Look, he's leaving. The next day, nothing unusual happened. We got dressed up and went to the funeral home to plan things out. That part of the trip was blurry. I remember sitting in a corner with my cousin, the brother of the one who died, and we just stared at the floor for a long time. We didn't talk. We didn't need to. When the funeral came a few days later, I stood next to the rest of the cousins. The little sister didn't say much. She stayed with her mom most of the time, playing quietly with her dolls in the corner of the room. People kept giving her soft smiles and patting her head. I wondered if she still thought her brother was visiting her. I didn't tell anyone about what happened for years. I was embarrassed. I had peed myself, after all, and I didn't want anyone to think I was making things up or trying to make the moment about me. But it never left my mind. I kept it bottled up until 2 years later when my uncle died. He overdosed. It was sudden, and I think it shattered what was left of the family's strength. We were already bruised. That finished us off in some ways. After his funeral, I found myself standing in that same backyard. The gate was still there. The dogs were long gone, either rehomed or passed away. The playhouse was gone too, just an empty yard now. I stood there, staring at the gate, and for the first time in 2 years, I told someone what had happened. It was my cousin, the brother. He listened. He didn't laugh, didn't say much, just nodded. We stood there quietly, and I think he understood. That moment with the gate has never made sense to me. I don't believe in ghosts or anything like that. I still don't, but I believe something happened. Whether it was the wind and some weird mechanical failure, or something I can't explain, I don't know. But what I do know is that those dogs, the most stable, well-trained animals I've ever seen, reacted to something. Something real enough that it made them go into protection mode. Something strong enough to open a heavy gate. It could have been a coincidence. It could have been timing. It could have been anything. But it didn't feel that way. And the girl saying he was leaving right before the gate opened, that part haunts me the most. Maybe she really was just playing. Maybe it was all in her head. But kids don't usually say things like that right before something like that happens. And dogs don't usually go ballistic at nothing. That day taught me how fragile our sense of control is. 1 second, everything feels manageable, and the next, something happens that changes your entire understanding of how safe you are. I don't go back to that house anymore. It was sold after my uncle died. Someone else owns it now. I doubt they know what happened there. I doubt they know about the gate or the dogs or the little pink and yellow playhouse. But I do, and I never forgot.